You love the dive.
Yeah, nice kids! Right, Holly's got one, Chris has got two, Harry's got three. 33 if you can, yeah. Good hands, Keith! There's one. What was that, Willie?
I was like, oh my god.
There's one thing we can rely on.
You're doing? Yeah, go on!
One, Harry!
Charlie?
Yeah, faster.
That guy who has support, red boots over there, called Beard. He does a little stutter step.
Yeah, he's fine.
He doesn't have the ball, okay?
You had him.
Just speak on the first one. We went way past our 7 metre. Sorry, the try line. We went past our try line. Yeah, transition on. Well played. So what we did on Wednesday, that's your one. Go 2, 3, 4. No muddle.
No, it's her.
I'm still going far, yeah?
So if we do get a fresh six, we get a fresh six, we're going to do what we would do on our tackle. So we're going to run a sweeper, then we're going to run along. If we have a spare one, we'll just work it out, okay?
You've got to chop your hole, Harry.
Go chop your hole, Harry!
That's right.
Get up! Press, press!
Yeah, you should make. Nice.
Get it and go, Liv! So what's the mid press?
Give it.
Faster!
Guys, come on.
Drag, drag, drag!
You're half.
Sorry, Harry, I should have called that.
Right, it's going. It's fifth coming. Fifth coming. Right, let's.
I need you to be half there. Line, go down to play.
Reline, Katie.
No, you got one more. One more.
Good set, guys.
Yeah, that's right. Do a triangle. This is final. Get fight wide. Right, ready, guys?
Use open sides.
Oh, sorry, I should have.
50 Bisons!
I realised so late. I was like,
Skip that for me. So let's try not let them get set in defence. When they get set, they can put that pressure on. Nice, Christian. Yes.
One of our 3 referees on the field, Mel Day, in charge.
yeah, press.
Sweeper coming!
Yeah, well played. Let's go, let's go.
Get there.
Ready?
Extra shot!
Go, guys. No link.
Four coming! Four coming!
That's good work, guys.
Four!
Nice, Keith! Nice, Keith.
Five coming! Five coming!
Really good touch.
Drop the ball, Keith.
Hands, this is it. You've got no more. You've got
Sorry, I wish I should have set up for a scoop anyway. Honestly, I thought we were last one, and then I realised I ran to their box. I was trying to run away from their box.
Guys, outside of the box.
Alright, so again, so
Okay.
we're trying to set up our mouths.
Pattern, guys, yeah. We need cleaner platform coming off, not to like really screwed us over.
It was offside on that, that's why I got it.
Second one, you didn't do it.
I know, it's a bit late, I realised.
Tell him you're going to be there.
If the ref doesn't call them off, then we can't play through them.
Surrey Bisons, and now they come through the centre. Midway inside the Hoods half, just drifting out to the near side. Fielding again, just laying it off.
Fifth coming!
And they're coming out to the near side again, Surrey Bisons. But this time it's a drop on the line. And delighted to say, joining by my right-hand side, a voice that many of you in England Touch will be familiar with. It's Chris Wehrmacht. Chris, final round here at the Elite National Touch Series. All to play for. Wigan looks strong, of course, 6 points clear. But are we going to see any upsets today? And what are the key matchups?
You're far too kind, Brad. I think you're as much the voice of touch as I am. Certainly over the last horror show we've had in 2019. I think that, are there going to be an upset today? I'm not so sure about the ultimate far enough clear at the top of the title, at the top of the table. Has this been dropped?
It's a turnover. Nottingham Hoods will be on their try line. Not on this occasion. Surrey Bisons. To try and spot yardage maybe on that far side of the field. Of course, key areas, restaurant, subs rolling.
Back, Chris!
Really good yardage. Pace through the centre here for the Hoods. Really good layoff to the left. That was really crucial for the Surrey Bisons there, Chris.
It was. Sorry, I got rudely interrupted by Bisons coming close to the opening score of the game. I can't see. I think Wigan are too far in front to be overcome for the overall title. I don't necessarily think that means that they will walk away with the cup title today, because what we've seen over the last two tournaments in the series has been how close all of the competitions are. It's been the most competitive elite national touch series that we've ever had, and it could be. We saw that from teams which finished 9th and 10th and 12th in round one were in the top 4 in round 2, and and vice versa. So Nottingham Hoods are one of the teams that's been fantastic in the opening couple of rounds, and nearly coming through to a score there that was Lucy Snape taking the ball off Will Lupton, who's a danger man all the time. In the middle, it's a very young player, but he's been in and around the national setup in terms of the high performance setup for plenty of years, and he has opened the scoring for Nottingham.
He certainly has, Will Lupton, as Chris said, a name that you might be familiar with over the past few years, involved here in the Elite National Touch Series, and it's one up here for the Nottingham Hoods. Our first score of the day, round 3 here in Oxford after those opening 2 rounds in Banbury. Now, can the Bisons respond?
It's really important that they do, and as Charlie Steed goes through the middle, he's a player who's come through the University National Touch Series and playing for the University of Surrey in that, and that's we'll have more of that once the academic year starts properly in the autumn. But you've only got 10 minutes each way with a 2-minute half time. These games are short and sharp, and that you've got to be able to capitalise on your positions. And we've seen Surrey come close a couple of times. Mind you, we've seen Nottingham come close a couple of times as well. And so what you see is very high intensity action that will lead to a few mistakes inevitably as people push it. but as the day goes on, is that you then start seeing a fair old number of shootouts.
Absolutely, Nottingham Hoods coming then over the halfway line, looking to try and double their advantage. It's a really good pickup going through the centre, good yardage. Can they get the touch on the line? They can, just in the nick of time for Surrey Bisons. It was Kemp just on the line, and it's going to be a turnover here for the Bisons, deep inside their own half. It's just been a case of so close for both of these sides. What a brilliant run this is. And really good yardage, just taking the tactical touch just to get the subs on, and fresh legs sprinting through the centre. And that fade just to the far side of the pitch, twisting and turning, he'll taking the time. The Surrey Bisons, there goes the hooter. So final action of this first half, and it's a loose pass, and that will bring an end to the first half of the Nottingham Hoods leading here at Oxford Rugby Club in the first game of the Elite National Touch Series. Nottingham Hoods.
That's unbelievable there, hold on. Keep going.
And Nottingham Hoods will have the final chance, and that goes the hooter, and half time, and the two teams come out to the dugouts. 2-minute break, as Chris said, between the halves, 10-minute halves. These games will fly by.
My one realistic point from the win. This game looks like our last game at the last spot when we were tired and we let some of our discipline down. That, I think, because we feel like it's winnable. So we're trying to beat players on the outside rather than getting to the pattern. And we're also not looking up at who we're dumping on and where they are on the pitch. So if we have to, let's take the gas off a little bit and play smart and trust it and trust the players around us. We'll make a lot better. We'll make more yards and we'll score more yards. As is mine.
They're quite compressed.
Yeah. So that's just my one point. Everything else, everyone's working really hard, and I'll let.
So with our subsets, when we're coming off, at the moment we're sometimes not getting to Katie. And sometimes we're passing to Katie and then subbing off, so there's no one at half. If you're passing to Katie, you've got to go half. Sometimes we're getting early and then people are getting off. We're not getting off the pitch until we're at least in this 10 metre. So if you need to run extra shorts, that's what we're going to do. Take those extra shorts, get up there. Attack, we just need to get a clean platform. It's pretty challenging, it can happen. As I say, the teams are compressed. Look at these obstacles. I just need to shut the holes. We can sort out our subset. We are going to be seriously in this game. That's all it is. We're just not getting quite clean enough transition because our first three touches aren't good enough. Let's really work on that. Okay? Bisons in.
One, two, three,
Bisons!
So back underway for the second half. Remember, just a quick turnaround at the break, 2 minutes. Just overhearing the Surrey Bisons over on this near side, number 19, William Gillette, just really ringing out the orders, demanding more from the Surrey Bisons team as they come through the centre and have possession here. But an unfortunate turnover of ball here for the Nottingham Hoods in the centre. And Nottingham Hoods looking to break through on the halfway line. Quick short passing out to the far left side. And really driving down that far side. And noticing really early on, Chris, that they're really getting to those technical areas to bring the fresh legs on. As you quite rightly said earlier, these games are short, they're sharp, they're quick and intense. So it's important to get the fresh legs on.
Yeah, we've seen it from both teams, actually. You know, they've been really good at driving through to the other end of the sub box, so the players come on behind the play, so you don't lose as much momentum as you go. That's probably the single biggest thing in touch that you want to do, is to keep that pace up going through the sub box all the way up to the other 10-metre line, because you've got that 20 metres to work with, and if you then lose that momentum, it's very difficult to get it going again. It's no diff. I mean, there are some things which are the same across various codes of rugby. One of them is the ability to catch and pass backwards, obviously, and the other one is the importance of momentum, because if you are, once you get that pace going, the defence is scrambling. The defence is in a properly bad way.
Yep.
And if it grinds to a halt, which it can do when teams are subbing, and if they're then having to sub, their subs coming on are coming behind the play. Oh, that was twinkle toes from Charlie Steed there, wasn't it?
Really nice footwork, wasn't it? Just that dance to the left and right and diving forward, but that just every time they're just getting so close to the try line, just that slight nick, and it's all it takes, doesn't it? That slight touch on the shoulder or the side of the body. That's all it takes.
I was expecting him to put his hands on his hips and bend his knees in times with that one. I'm showing my age now.
Always the voice of reason, Chris. Absolutely.
Well, I don't know about the voice of reason, the voice of insanity, the voice of needing caffeine. Technically, these are always early starts. These tournaments, as
Surely
we know, and that's from everybody: players, coaches, referees. The crew from 24/7 and yourself. But Bisons, they're still very much in this, and they've got this mixture of youth and experience, whereas there's a bit more youth on the Nottingham side. And that said, Dan Powell, who was just he's got the red baseball cap and just making the touch there. He's the mixed 30s head coach with England.
Oh, and a brilliant layoff. And there we go. Surrey Bisons do have their response. They took the time, they had opportunities, and finally, he was just waiting for that opportunity to find the pass in the goal-scoring area, and it came.
Yeah, James Hurd is there. He's been the Bisons' go-to man for a number of years, and coming up trumps then to tie the scores up, and he attacked the play. He knew that there was a player that was offside, and then attacked that player, and obviously got called to play through by the referees. And the referees are very keen to keep the play going. You're not going to call a player offside. And this one's been given as well. That's a lovely score in the corner. That's Nottingham just shifting it, replying straight away, from the tap off, and capitalising on the 6 touches inside the Bisons' half. So just to go back to what I was saying before, is that the referees have been, we want the plays to keep on continuing, so that as a player, if a player starts attacking somebody who's offside, it's that you won't call it offside, you'll just say carry on playing. And that's exactly what James Hurd did with the Bison score. And now with Nottingham 2-1 up, I think that's the Surrey will be disappointed by having conceded from the tap off, because that would have been the first thing that they'd have said. Let's keep the defence tight. But now they've got 6 touches in a fantastic location, 7 metres out.
Oh, and there's a brilliant dive to the line. But again, just how many times do you see it when you just think you've got in onto the goal-scoring line, and just that slight touch? We can't even see it from this angle, but just that slight little nick makes all the difference going onto the goal-scoring line.
Yeah,
and as you quite rightly said there, Chris, earlier, these are the opportunities you've got to take when you've got a fresh set of 6 right on the opposition's line. You've got them penned in, but sometimes it can make it difficult, of course, when that defensive line not being able to really counter-attack at the goal-scoring line from deep. How do you change the tactics? How does your mindset sort of change when you're in these positions?
From an attacking perspective or a defensive
attacking
perspective?
So
what they were trying to do, and as Nottingham then start with a 0 touch now, that's one of the changes in the rules this year. So that's the first touch. But that's gone over now. Has that been given as a heavy touch? Yeah, Mel Day's given that as a heavy touch. In attack, what you're trying to do is you're trying to manipulate the shape of the defence. So you will run a couple of plays along the same way. You'll try and then shape for the same play, but then you'll call something different. And as we'll see later on, some teams like NQ, for example, will have the same running patterns off multiple plays. They will call a variety of different things, but then they'll do something completely different. Yeah. And every player is expecting it. Every single player is expecting the ball to come to them, and so they don't really drop it. It's been one of the things that's been quite impressive. And this is a 0 touch again from Bisons now. starting from the 7. And so Bisons did pretty well in terms of drawing a lot of Nottingham defenders into a small amount of area. It's just that Will Lupton's grown several inches.
Since the last time we could have caught him on action 2 years ago in 2019, he's certainly grown in stature for sure. And here is William Gillette going through the centre. You overheard him at half-time, and it's now coming to this corner, trying to switch it back inside. Just, you could just see the hand up, and apology there, just that long bursting run down this near side by Charlie Steed. He's a pacey man with twinkle toes, as we saw earlier. Charlie Steed, he's got some nice trainers on as well to match those twinkle toes for sure.
Oh, so, mate, that's one of the reasons why I either go for straight black or straight white, because I just, it's nice and simple boots, nice and simple running lines. There you go. And, it's one of the problems of turning 40. So don't turn 40.
I think you get away with it, Chris. Anyway, Surrey Bisons coming forward now, looking to respond. Nottingham Hoods got themselves back in front after Surrey Bisons drew themselves level. It was a quick reply from Nottingham Hoods, and Surrey Bisons looking to try and level up again. Some short, sharp passing through the centre, and an opening here to go through. And the referee's going to give it the all clear, and he certainly does just that. And Surrey Bisons respond, and this time it will be interesting to see the tactical advice, the wording from these Surrey Bisons players of how they're going to defend and shore up that defence and make sure they don't concede again straight away.
That was caused by a double wrap. So there's a wrap on the first play from right coming to left, and then left coming to right, and it completely wrong-footed the Nottingham defence there, and that's a score from which from the middle you really don't want to concede. And Nottingham have come really close. Lupton again has come really close to scoring, but that must have just got back onside right at the very last second before making the touch there.
Lupton's in the heart of it again. It looks to switch out to that far side, and the pass is forwards, it looks like, from the referee. Yeah, so turnover for the Surrey Bisons. Those passes, there's not much, there's no wind at all really this morning here. It's at Oxford.
I'm very glad it's today and not yesterday.
Yes, absolutely. And
I flew into that storm yesterday from Inverness yesterday afternoon. Oh, that was fun flying into Luton.
I can imagine that for sure.
And then driving home, the M1 was not pleasant. But it's perfect conditions today, really. As you say, it's nice and warm. As James said, so you know what I was talking about before about the playthrough.
Yep.
The defender is offside. And the referee in the middle's been really clear to James Hurd to say, right, carry on playing. And he's gone, right, fine, I'll take the yards. I'll take the meters and I'll keep on going. So it's perfect conditions today. It's nice and still, mid-teens, mid to late teens. I don't think we've got much rain forecast today, but the grass is a little bit long, and because of that rain, it's lovely sliding conditions.
It certainly is, and especially early doors this morning, will the ball just be a little bit moist, a bit slippery, but at the moment, Surrey Bisons have possession inside their own half again, coming out to their technical area, and you'll see them sweeping on now, coming into the centre.
It's also testament to how good the Steeden balls are. We've got a new set of balls out here today, and have a new set of balls at every tournament, and the grip on the Steedens is fantastic. Yeah. But yes, the error rate in terms of the handling's been really low. Yeah. Well, it's been impressively low. It's Charlie Steed. Shapes to pass, and this is going to be the last play of the game, and actually this is going to be, and that is actually, I'm going to call it as a bit of a surprise result. Fair play to Surrey. I think when they conceded straight after scoring their first one, I thought, you're thinking Nottingham are just going to be able to just score whenever they want to, whenever they can put that pace through. But fair play to them. Surrey shut down the defence. And yes, they got away with one when Will Lupton's pass out to the wide, which was how they scored their second, went forward. So they got away with one there. But, Bisons just kept on going through their phase. They've got this ability. They played with quite a lot of heads-up touch. So, as we say, James Hurd twice, played through, and, and they scored a couple of good tries. So that's a decent start there for Surrey Bisons.
Absolutely, and that's our first game of the day done and dusted. 2-2 in our first match of round 3. Of course, this is the final round of the Elite National Touch Series. Still everything to play for in the places. Wigan looking strong at the top. But Nottingham Hoods currently in the 4th position overall in the standings. Now I've drawn to the Surrey Bisons in the opening game. We'll be back with our second match of the day shortly.
Don't mind who it is. Tristan?
Is that us?
Can we get the, how long does it take to put the monkey tower? To get it up? Yeah. Okay. So between the games, can we get it up about another 3-4 feet at least? Because otherwise, that's
So we're just about to get underway then for game 2 here on field number 1 here at the Elite National Touch Series in Oxford. Our first game of the day between the Nottingham Hoods and the Surrey Bisons ended all square, and our second game is the London Scorpions versus Crewe and Nantwich Blaze. The Scorpions versus the Blaze in game number 2 here on field number 1. And I'm delighted to say, joining us straight off the field, off game number 1, Joe Diaz from Surrey Bisons. Joe, happy with the first result? Happy with the first run out of the day?
Yeah, very happy. Nottingham are ranked a lot higher than us. They were only beating us by 1, or they're only leading us by 1 in some of the games. So to come back and draw it is a really good result for us.
How did it feel being out on the pitch for the first game in the morning, straight off the back?
Well, I'm quite used to it now because I think all 3 ETSs we've been on the first pitch every time. So I think so. Yeah, a bit of an old hat to it now.
So we're going to get underway then, and it's London Scorpions who get us underway left to right, and playing through the centre, looking to try and get the space out on this near side, but lovely dummy through the centre. And is it going to be our first score of the game inside the opening seconds?
Yeah,
it certainly is. How important is it with these games that feel so quick, the 10 minutes per half? They're just the intensity and the quickness of the games. How important is an early score, would you say now?
Very important, yeah. I mean, any score is important, but, you know, if you can keep the scoreboard ticking over and keep the defence kind of pinned in their half and just keep getting those scores trickling in, then, yeah, you're going to have a good win.
And Blaze coming forward in their fire shirts. Yeah. Coming through the centre and looking to try and respond.
Yeah, they're moving the ball well there. They're trying to work Scorpion a little bit there. Good few seconds. He's got through. Oh, nice switch there. Lovely switch.
It certainly was. It was a lovely run by Stephen Degg for the Blaze. Just nipped in.
Yeah, he dragged across from half, I think, and created the hole for that cut to come in, and just easy score for the Blaze. A nice score.
We saw it a number of times in the opening game between you and Nottingham Hoods. How many times just that final touch on the line, wasn't it? Was it something that was just frustrating both sides, I guess, at times? Just good defensive work, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, we both matched each other quite well. I think maybe if we'd perhaps dived a little early for the line instead of waiting till we were kind of almost on top of it, we might have sneaked a couple of tries more. But you know, that's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah. And Scorpions looking to try and respond straight away, and it looks like it's going to be a quick response. What a start to this.
Yeah, big hole there at the link position. The Blaze, I think, loaded up one side and left a hole there.
Yeah, you'll hear lots of different terms throughout the day, and in the first keyword of the first game was the scrambling defence, trying to really put the opposition defence on the back burner. And me and Chris were talking the first game, when those moments come almost on the 7-metre line and you've got a fresh set of 6, how dynamically and how in a mindset and from an attacking sense do you have to change compared to when you're deep inside your own half and you've got the chance to run?
Not too much, but the first thing you need to do is try and get some momentum, which is harder because you're closer to the line. You're not running onto the ball as much. So you need to get more kind of lateral movement to kind of work the defence left to right, and that's where the holes will start to appear, because I think on that last touch for Scorpion, Blaze came across one side and the link on the far side was lazy, left the hole there.
And again, this is another feature certainly of the opening
game
so
there.
far. Bringing the fresh substitutes on. Yeah. Scorpions coming forward though, a lovely little link up in the centre, and they've got the momentum, the wind in their sails.
He's gone through. Has he got someone to pass to there?
He's searching, isn't he? He's got to drop it off.
Has he got it? No.
Not on that occasion.
Oh yes, they have actually. Sorry, yeah, no. Oh, the referee was signaling there was no touch there.
Ah, there we go. So Nottingham, so the Scorpions come back through and score again. And London Scorpions currently second in the overall standings, leading by 3-1 against Crewe and Nantwich Blaze, and the Blaze just need to try and respond again. And it's how is it as a team when you feel like you're on the back burner and you just don't feel that everything's working? Chasing the game.
Chasing the game's horrible. You kind of maybe work a bit too hard or a bit harder than you should be doing. You don't relax into it as much, and that's when mistakes can happen. I think Blaze are doing really, really well. I think they just need to tighten up their defence a little bit, and they'll keep the Scorpions out.
Well, London Scorpions once again defending resiliently, and again looking to try and gather the momentum and just coming out to this near side, dragging out to this near side to bring on those fresh legs. And in these games, Joe, with the obviously the rolling substitutes you can bring on, how important is it to keep the fresh legs going? Almost nearly on every attack, you've got a new team, and as the Scorpions coming forward, can they just find an extra man? They can.
Well, you can see there, you know, it's like, you know, when you're attacking, it's two parts to it. You know, the six coming off, you know, they've got to get you up the field, and then the replacements coming on. Hopefully, once you maintain your momentum, you then get the holes to run through, which is what happened with Scorpion there. They just blitzed straight through Blaze there.
Well, London Scorpions certainly have the momentum. They are 4-up in this first half, and the Scorpions, one of the teams fighting out at the top of the overall standings, and they will be wanting someone to try and make sure Wigan don't reach the final, and London Scorpions will be looking to try and reach the finals themselves.
His half, okay. Oh, I don't think there was a touch there, but the ref hasn't called it. A good pass to the wing there.
So switching out to that far side, and of course the Scorpions will restart again, deep inside their own half.
Yeah, so the Scorpions are doing really well. They're getting around the defending player, you know, almost placing the ball on their heels, which means that they can maintain the momentum much easier that way. And Blaze are always trying to, you know, having to almost get an extra metre back to get back on side. Oh, nice dive there, nice dive. Is that a score?
Not on this occasion, but it was a good dive, it was a good attempt.
Yeah.
And in fact,
I can't see what the ref signalled there, what the problem was, but
yeah, we're just currently our commentary position here at Oxford is just peering through the technical area on this.
There's a lot of bodies in the way, isn't there?
There certainly is, but we are right in the thick of the action here on field number 1. And Crewe and Nantwich Blaze over on that far side, looking to drive
well
forward.
Up that field, yeah. Third touch in the middle. Let's see what they can do.
Over the halfway
they're
line.
a bit far out with 5th touch, but they might be able to get something going with a scoop there. Ball to ground.
When it comes to those fifth touch, Joe, when you've got those metres to gain, what's the sort, as a team, do you sort of want to really get at it, or do you try and keep hold of the possession? What's the main sort of, from a Surrey Bisons point of view, how do you go about it when you're on that 5th touch?
Well, I think, I mean, every team generally, you just got to pick up and go. They scoop the ball there, so just try and get through the defence. And the Scorpions were a little high up and a little slow getting back on side. But ideally, what you want to try and do is, I mean, Blaze are somebody from the opposite side to us, so they really want to keep the ball that side because, nice interception there by Mark Aldous.
It certainly is, and he is racing away.
Yeah, he's through there for a score.
Absolutely no chance he is going to be caught there.
Yeah. So you want to lose the ball if you can on your box side because that makes it much harder for the defence to then come off the line and get to their box side because it's the other side of the field. But on that last play, the Blaze actually lost it right here by the Scorpion sub box, so that was nice and easy for them to get up and get their subs on.
So London Scorpions really are in total control in their first game over Crewe and Nantwich Blaze, and this is the start they would have wanted on round 3, the final round here of the National Elite Touch Series. And when you are in a position like Blaze are, Joe, how do you go about it? Is it just in the mindset of just keep going, keep pushing, let's try and put the pressure on all the time?
Yeah, I mean they are trying a bit hard. They're forcing it when they're, you know, and it's mistakes happening there because they just pass the ball straight there to Scorpions there to get the turnover. And they want to try and keep their 6 possessions, try and use all 6 to try and work Scorpions as much as they can. And try not to make it as easy as possible. But, you know, mistakes are starting to creep in a little bit as they chase them. I think they're, 3-4 down now, I'd say.
Yeah, 5 on the scoreboard for the London Scorpions. So
we're
it's
not even halfway yet, so yeah. they've just got to keep going and hope that they can try and get some back. You never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. As Crewe and Nantwich plays, looking to drive through the centre. Good yardage
Nice
made
break.
up.
Yeah, got some holes there through 2 goals. Oh, is that a good touch there by number 22, Scorpions?
Certainly was a really good diving touch. Bronte Sykes.
Oh, no half there. Bit of miscommunication from Blaze.
Matthew Hawkrigg just receiving that pass. It was really fizzed at him at pace and took it up at chest height, but with no room to breathe. The Scorpions pounced on him.
Yeah, it was an all right pass. I mean, it was a bit of a fizz to it, but he was nice out and wide. But yeah, he had a player right on him, so there's not much he could have done. Yeah.
Scorpions.
Looks like Scorpions have gone through again.
And there is the hooter. So we are moments away from half time, and that is half time in our second game of the day. And London Scorpions, well, they wanted to put the pressure on Wigan, who are top of the overall standings, send a message to their rivals, and they are doing just that in the first half, leading by 5 tries to 1 over Crewe and Nantwich Blaze. And myself and Joe will be back in a moment's time.
Guys, we're right, okay? We can't lose our composure!
He didn't bounce.
Okay, just about to get back underway. In fact, we are underway for this second half between London Scorpions and Crewe and Nantwich Blaze, with the Scorpions leading.
Blaze trying to set up the sweep there. They've gone the other way. Nice pass to the winger, but yeah, too much for the winger to do that one.
Yeah, it was one of those passes that as soon as London Scorpions, their defensive work has been impressive this morning, Joe. They've been really on it so far, although Crewe and Nantwich, they've just got through there.
No, I think it was a good touch from there. Oh no, yeah, there's a try there. Must be ball down before the winger got the touch.
Well, the first try of the first half went to the Scorpions, and the first try of the second half goes to the Blaze. And when you get something like that, when you're 5-1 down or you're a big score down, when you get an opportunity to get a score, as a team, do you just feel you've got something now to build on now, and you can really push forward?
Psychologically, I think that would be really good for Blaze to have scored off the tap there, get one back, but they still need to work hard. They've got 10 minutes to try and get 3, 4 to try if they want to try and win this. But they're young kids there; they should be able to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Fit and lots of energy. You've got to be very fit to play in touch rugby. There. It was a nice little clever move from the Scorpions, but just that in those positions where you are leading, is there a tendency sometimes maybe to get a little bit complacent when you feel like you've got that advantage?
Yeah, definitely. That's always a downside. You think you're winning the game, you kind of settle, and then all of a sudden they get 2 or 3 back, and they're like right back in it. So Scorps can't take their foot off the gas at all.
Crewe and Nantwich Blaze have really come out of the traps in this second half and looking to try and find another opening here, but an important touch just on the line. Richard Barningham, the number 10, with the red cap on for the Blaze, just trying to work an angle. Fletcher was to his right, and the Scorpions will have to build from deep.
It was a good scoop through, but I thought the Scorps managed to chase him down.
Again, and
good yards there by Scorpions as well, 3rd on halfway.
Really nice build up here from the Scorpions.
Looking
to
something up
now
now, fifth touch there. They're making some good yards there, almost on 7, and they get the penalties as well, another 6. That's really good from Scorps.
So a fresh set of 6 here for London Scorpions to go at. And these are the opportunities that London Scorpions will want to try and take, get that first score of the second half and really settle things down. And
I think they say there's something like an 80% chance that you're going to concede a score if you give 6 on your line.
And you'll notice at times that the players will, when they're in that opportunity where you've just got no yards to really sort of push at the defence, you just sort of just have to set back, don't you, and really evaluate the
you've
options.
really got to try and build your momentum again.
Yeah. And the Scorpions just coming forward.
Big hole there. Great scoop through by Mark, and I think that's the score there.
Well, that is the response that the Scorpions would have wanted, and he took his time and was patient and just fizzed that pass in. And that's the one thing you were taught to really, when you get into those opportunities where you have to pass on the goal line, to really fizz it in low and really get the opportunity to take the score quickly.
Yeah, it's a good skill if you can dive onto the ball as it's coming at you low. It's very hard to make those touches.
So the Blaze will have to start again in this second half, but they've really started well in the opening part of this second half. But the Scorpions, of course, a really strong outfit, and again a nice switch, looking for another option.
He needs a player to pass to get that score. Oh, has he got it there? I think they have there. Oh no.
Not on this occasion, but again it was the sort of similar situations that we'd just seen with the Scorpions, but this time the Blaze just couldn't find the man.
Yeah, it looked like they did have the score there. It was a close call there, but the ref didn't give it. And they tried to do it again second time, but that didn't work off as well as the first time. Now Scorps are coming back up the field.
And again, going through the centre. And good
getting
yardage.
Good yards, third touch on halfway again.
Good momentum here, maybe an opportunity now to break over on that far side.
Slightly better defence by Blaze, but they've managed to get through their Scorpions.
Well, that would have been a sensational find if that had been
bit of an optimistic backhand pass there, hoping someone was there.
Well, that would have been a real one for the highlights reel if that had come off. There's Matthew Watts for the London Scorpions with that audacious pass.
Yeah, maybe there wasn't anything else on there. Just thought, just go for it, see what happens. You never know. Sometimes they do come off. And Blaze have worked up the field quite well. Trying to scoot through now.
Yeah, Barningham just trying to put the afterburners on towards the goal area, but stopped on the line, and it's going to be a turnover here for the Scorpions. the Scorpions again, really good yardage.
Yeah, they're almost getting to the 10 with 4th touch.
Yeah.
The 5th now, they can set something up. They've got momentum there, and they've got the hole to go through. I think that's Will Scarpool going through there, is it? Did he get a touch there? Oh, that's a very good touch by Blaze. If that's a
And of course there is that honesty part in touch rugby, which is obviously a big part of the game, but it's something that's really held to a high account as the honesty side of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think, I mean, in any game you need to be honest and have your integrity. That's what makes good players.
Just coming forward now, and it's really good pace to this attack from Blaze, although that loose pass, and again it was just trying to, when those opportunities come, those long passes, they are really difficult in tight situations, aren't they, in the centre? When you've got to
I don't think they really created anything with their Blaze, but you know, they're trying to get the overlap and throw it long. But they forced the mistake there from Scorpions there. They've got 6 now on the line. This should be see what Blaze can do from here.
Yeah, really good pressure deep into Scorpions territory, and an opportunity here for the Blaze with that fresh set to go out the Scorpions. But as we often see in times when they're close to the opposition goal area, they've just got to retreat and start again and build.
Yeah, and they've just got another penalty there for offside, I think. They've got quite a slow build up here. They need to try and get a bit of pace on it now.
Fletcher now with the Blaze alongside Hawkrig. Hawkrig lays it off, and he gets it back now and goes for the line. And it was a touch, referee signalling. Hawkrig will start again, and he has it back. Fletcher now in the centre. Really good combination, just juggles with the ball behind him.
That's last touch, yeah. And
as an attack, when you're on those, when you got those chances, Joe, and you had 2 sets of 6 there, how frustrating is it when you can't capitalise on those opportunities?
Yeah, very much so, very much so. You really want to try and score when you get those sets of 6. There's good yards again, Scorpions.
They really have throughout this game. Often they've almost every time on the 10 metre got to the 4th touch, haven't they? Which has given them an opportunity with the 2 left. So turnover here.
Looks like Blaze maybe getting a little tired, a bit slow to tap off there from getting off the line there. They've worked hard, these 6, with their 2 attacks on the line, and they need to get fresh players on.
So Nurse over on that far side. Here is Hawkrig coming forward onto the halfway line now. Bit of momentum here for the Blaze, although they're being slowed down by this Scorpions defence.
You can tell the difference there. Scorps are getting 3rd touch on halfway, whereas Blaze are only 4th on halfway, so Scorpions are closing them down a little bit earlier.
How much as a team do you work on not only the attacking part of the game, of course, is crucial to get the scores, but the defensive part of touch rugby is almost as equally as crucial, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, in some ways it's more important. You know, there's no point being able to attack well if you just, you know, concede and you're like a sieve at the back and you just keep going in. And, you know, was it Kevin Keegan who said it? He doesn't care how many scores you concede as long as you score 1 more than the opposition.
Absolutely. Yeah. The Kevin Keegan style of touch rugby, that would be very entertaining to watch, or maybe even the Bielsa style of touch rugby.
But Scorps have got this all sewn up now.
Yeah, the final action, and
great game there from Scorpions.
Well, London Scorpions starts off round 3 here in Oxford in style, and they'll be sending out a message to Wigan. They'll be hot on their tail. They'll be wanting to try and reach that cup final later on in the day. But Joe, thank you very much for joining me in the commentary box.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it. And we'll move on to our 3rd game. These games just really come quick and fast, and it'll be the Cambridge Hornets taking on Raptors Touch next.
Yeah. Nice, quick huddle, let's all come in. Good. Okay, what I would like to say is that I actually thought that person went as well as it could have been well, because offline was, well, let's come back that way. If we started doing well, and then we went well, it would have played back up. That wasn't great. That's now he can play with it. So the main thing we'll do is being okay with not scoring, but also you can use gesting, or like you don't quite scoring shit, and then let's just do something as you can, just get it to the line, and then do it, try and stop them getting out, team touching their line. Because that was the key to all smiles, just enjoy it, guys. Please, if you want to chill out, enjoy it.
Well, welcome back everyone. It's the third game of the day here on field number 1, round 3 of the Elite National Touch Series. These games just come quick and fast. There is no room almost to breathe throughout the games as they come forward, each and every one. And for this one, I am delighted to say, joining with me is Mel Day. Mel, how are you?
I'm good. Good. Bit puffed after the first couple of games.
It's fair to say. There
Couple
was
of crackers on field one.
Absolutely. The first one in particular, Surrey Bisons getting the result against Nottingham Hoods, with the Hoods obviously higher up in the overall standings. The Bisons were. I was speaking to Joe Diaz, who's on the second game, and Joe was pretty happy with that result.
Yeah, it was it Troy 2-2, I think?
Yes.
From memory?
Yes.
Yeah. No idea what the score was, but it was an absolute cracker.
It certainly was. And the second game, London Scorpions, second overall in the table. They'll be trying to hunt down Wigan for that overall title, of course, in the Elite National Touch Series, and they got off to a strong start against Crewe and Nantwich.
Yeah, they showed their class in that second game score, so I think they're the team to beat. And I've got to give it to Crewe. I think they drew in the second half against Hawks, which was a great result for them, and hopefully they'll take that momentum into the next game.
Absolutely. So our third game here on field number 1, we have the Cambridge Hornets taking on Raptors Touch. Raptors Touch in black with Cambridge in blue, and it will be the Raptors who'll tap off and get us underway, and the bucket hat straight comes off to the centre, and Cambridge looking to get off to the perfect start as they get up towards the goal area. Some touches available to them. Can Raptors just hold them back? Oh, and a good opportunity now here for Cambridge. Raptors, I should say, to get off to a strong start.
Yeah, great to get a repeat set of 6 on the line, and they've got a great team, Raptors. They've got another penalty here, and yeah, really good team here. Number 16, Emily Bayliss, the female link. She plays with our Galaxy team during the week, so it's great to see her out there. She's a great player. And unfortunately just not taking advantage of the possession there, Raptors. So we'll see how their midfield D is going today as Cambridge come off their line, and Cambridge have been a strong team this NTS round, so 2 strong teams looking for the big W.
Absolutely. Cambridge Hornets 5th in the overall standings. They had a strong performance in the last round in Banbury, and just a few mistakes on both sides. An opportunity here for the Raptors inside the Cambridge half to restart as the rain just starts to trickle down, although... And we are going to restart here with the Raptors Touch. With that fresh set of 6 to drive forward, and it's been a common theme throughout the opening 2 games to get those fresh set of legs on and keep the momentum, certainly.
Yeah, and we see the number 33, Max DeCorno, coming on the field. He's probably one of the strongest players for the Raptors, so one of their attacking weapons. Here he is sweeping on and then bringing the ball back and pass back in, but touched in there, and the rain is absolutely bucketing down.
Certainly is. It's going to be a mixed day of weather here in Oxford, and that creates unique challenges in itself, the weather, Mel.
It is. Mixed touch is normally known for the long balls coming out to the wings, and normally when the rain starts coming down, we'll see a little bit more compact plays coming through the mids, a lot of quickie dives coming in when the weather is like this, but we'll see how they go. But Cambridge driving really, really strong off their line.
Yeah, really making good yardage through the centre, and can they capitalise on this? It's a good breakaway, needing the option.
I think the ball was down there.
We're just going to get the confirmation, and it is Cambridge Hornets off the mark. First up this morning, and they take the lead. The team who are currently leading overall in over the Raptors. They're 5th in the overall standings, the Cambridge Hornets. And Raptors Touch, it's the opening game. We saw a really quick reply from the Nottingham Hoods of Surrey Bisons getting that equaliser, and it's talking to Joe earlier, who was from the Surrey Bisons, saying that quick reply is often so crucial in touch.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting the first score against you, it's never good, but it's how you reply to it. And here you've got the Raptors once again on the line, and unfortunately the ball just going down. I think there's an appeal for a hand in the ball there, a 6 again, and it looks like they've got the 6 again, Raptors here, so they really want to get the replying score. It's lovely to be dry in the commentary box here.
It certainly is, and our nice sort of makeshift hut here in Oxford. I remember being here 2 years ago for, I believe it was the Elite National Touch Series, and it was a baking hot day on the on our gantry here, and it was in Manchester where the rain fell and fell. But we're going to get a mixture of weather, I believe, here today, but I'm sure the quality of touch will be superb coming into this final round where it all matters, and Cambridge will be looking to try and double that advantage coming up to the halfway line, although that a really high press from the Raptors really pushing them back at the moment, aren't they?
They are. They're really shooting hard indeed, Raptors, and you can see they were really keeping Cambridge on the back foot there. Unfortunately, it was just a hard touch, that last one, so Cambridge have another set of 6. But in terms of the midfield D, Raptors are working really hard, and I think they're winning that battle against Cambridge at the moment. It's just that last little error in D that's giving Cambridge some possession on the line here. And yeah, we can see the rain coming down. It's really coming at the backs of the Canterbury players, and they've gone in for the dive there, and it looks like the touch was in.
Was just in the nick of time. It was as well. Harry missing.
Yeah, Harry missing. He's a class player. He's got a great dive on him as well. And they've scooped through here. Ball out to the wing. Unfortunately, just put down there, where there's probably a factor in slippery ball as well as the sanitisation slipperiness.
Absolutely.
Call it on the ball at the moment.
Adding another dimension to the game of touch for sure.
Yep, some physical play in here. You can see, and as well as the rain coming down, sometimes the touches can get a little bit more physical, just a little bit less control on the ground and getting a grip here. And you can see a little bit of physical play on both sides at the moment, but you can see the refs are keeping it in check.
And of course, Mel Day, our referee in our comms box, will be keeping a firm watch on the all the decisions that go throughout this game. And at the moment, the referees, as you quite rightly say, Mel, are keeping it in touch. And that was a really good jinking weave over to that far side, but it was a touch just on the line.
Yep, touch was in there. And here we go. It's been end to end here. Raptors, they've put a few balls down in their attacks here. We've got the bucket hat in play again. It's been rescued from the ground, but unfortunately that hasn't translated into a score. But at least they kept it for the set of 6 there, Raptors. So we'll watch out for their midfield D, because that's been a strength of theirs this game so far. So we'll see if they can keep that up and hopefully keep Cambridge close to the line, because we like a close game.
Absolutely. All these games, even throughout the rounds, the first couple of rounds, if you looking at the scores, if you go back to the bowls and the Plate Cup finals, really close games throughout the National Elite Touch Series. Matthew Maynard out on the pitch as well for the Hornets. Maynard gets it there and looks to flick it over to that far side, but I think that slippery ball is making it tough work for these players at the moment.
Yeah, and good midfield D again here. So Raptors second touch and they're over the halfway already. They're getting fresh legs on at the moment. But yeah, the quality of play so far at the Elite Touch Series has been good. It's almost been as good as the DTS. As a DTS player, I think they're almost as good as us these weekends, so that's good to see.
Absolutely, and we'll catch all that action tomorrow. But at the moment, it's the Raptors who equalise, and we have the Raptors just actually on this near side in front of us here in the commentary box, so we're just sort of getting an inside view into how they're going to go about things.
Yeah, and you could see the two of their attacking weapons on the field there, Max DeCorno and Emily Bayliss. I think I might have called it earlier. You can see Emily making the touch there. She's just such a strong player. She's playing in the South East Women's Opens team, so a lot of rep players on the field for Raptors this weekend.
Manus now in the centre with his cap on, and a dive for the line, and the touch just comes in just in the nick of time for the Raptors. And a turnover here for the Raptors, and they'll get the opportunity to build from deep and maybe get a bit of momentum. Some good yards made through the centre. Twinkle toes.
Emily Bayliss, she's got such a good step on her. Really good dummy. And unfortunately, I think that was just the player falling into the touch, losing their footing. So really good shot there by the referee, just playing the touch there.
Reset.
And you might be able to hear the shouts from the Raptors players just picking up reset as soon as they lose possession and have to start again. And it's that quick thinking in touch. These games they just fly by, Mel. They really are so quick, and it's 1 minute you've tapped off and the next minute it's half time. It's it's really quick and agile stuff for sure.
Yeah, when you're playing it, it feels like it lasts about 3 minutes. When you're repping, it feels like it's lasting about 40 minutes. But you're right, 10 minutes, it doesn't give you a lot of chance to take advantage of the momentum and things like that. So, yeah, really good so far.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
And you can see, looks like just a bit of chat on the field. So the ref's just controlling that, calming it all down.
Certainly in a high-intensity sport like touch rugby, it can sometimes boil over, but these referees, they know how to control these players for sure. And the Raptors coming forward, really good yardage, good pace to this attack as well. Oh, and that is the first slip we've seen so far. We had Chris Wearmouth with us in the first game. He was saying the grass is maybe slightly bit long and maybe could cause slippage throughout the day.
Yeah, combined with the wet and the rain and everything like that, and for these two teams it's going to be their first game of the day, so yeah, a lot of people just losing their footing a little bit in that first game, so they'll adjust in the second half, I'm sure.
So at half-time here in our third game of the day here at the Elite National Touch Series. This is round 3 of the Elite National Touch Series, and we can't separate the two sides between the Hornets and the Raptors.
Oh, Max, you want more than 2 minute break? Wait, how come Max came on with us?
I don't know, he just went on.
Bro, how I got done with touching that dude when you know how...
So we're just about to get back underway. The second half here between the Cambridge Hornets and Raptors Touch. 2-2 on the scoreboard for us. 10-minute halves, remember, with a 2-minute break in between. So the intensity will be pumping through the veins of both of these sides as the Hornets look to get back underway, and they certainly do. Harry Missing sporting a top knot, it looks like, Harry Missing as well, since I last seen him, and it looks like the Hornets, the score of this second half. What a start that is for the Hornets, and it's crucial to, almost feels like you can get the momentum if you get the first score of the half. Yep,
and I love a good top knot as well. Haven't seen one of those since Love Island 2020, but looks like that's doing him well, and yeah, great score from Cambridge off the mark. And it's going to be close this game, because I think the format of this competition, you've got to win your pool, but you've got to win your pool pretty decisively. Winning your pool doesn't necessarily mean that you make the cup playoffs, and both of these teams are going to ideally be making it out of the cup playoffs, so they'll really want to win this game and win it by a margin. So we saw a little bit of strong play in the first half. So
No, we certainly did. It's Louis McManus was in the first half just remonstrating with the referee, and it's could be one of those games where it just gets a little bit on the edge, but at the moment the referees are keeping it under wraps as the Hornets look to try and add another score.
Yeah, and there's an attempted intercept there, and very, very close, but 6 again to the Cambridge team, and yeah, they're 1 up, so they'll definitely want to use this to their advantage and hold it for the 6 touches. We've got Lucy Norburn over on the far wing, England Women's Open player, and a regular for Cambridge.
Missing gets it back, he's in the centre, and he looked to fade to go left, but he went through the centre, and it is Harry Missing who gets the 4th score of the afternoon for the Cambridge Hornets. That was a little bit of class, wasn't it?
A little bit of class and a little bit of luck. Unfortunately for the Raptors defenders, sometimes you can just lose your feet there, and there's nothing worse than getting scored on when, unfortunately, you just slip up like that. But it requires a bit of class to take advantage of it, which, yeah, Harry Misson did. And, yeah, a couple of siblings playing for Cambridge team, the Missons, the
Maynards. We've got Matthew and Oliver Maynard for Cambridge Hornets as the Raptors look to try and get back into this one. Not on this occasion. And it is that recognisable bucket out of Alex Pizzo, the number 66 for the Raptors. He's to the right, but he doesn't go to Pizzo. Looks to go out to the left, but just a slip with the ball and allows it for the Hornets to turn over, and they'll start deep inside their own half. And another slip. It's becoming a bit more of a factor, certainly, in this 3rd game.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to be really sympathetic with your passing here and with your footwork. We've just had a coffee delivery to the commentary box, which is much appreciated by Chris Wearmouth, the England Touch marketing manager. We'll give him a quick shout out on the YouTube.
Just when the rain was trickling down, it's just the temperature's dropped, a coffee comes right at the perfect time. But here come the Raptors inside their own half with Pizzo, and they're again just dragging themselves out to this near side so they can get those fresh legs on with the long grass, with the wet ball.
Yeah, and I've got a lot of time for Oliver Maynard, the 33 for Cambridge. He's such a good defender. He's just the link making that touch now. I think he's having a really strong series, Oliver Maynard. I think he's a really, really good player and demonstrating it in that set of 6. Unfortunately, they've got an offside penalty here, so Raptors will be looking for the strike back. They're down by 2, almost halfway through this first half. 6 minutes to go in this game. Max DeCorno with the ball, number 33 now. He's organising the attack. Gone on the outside of his play then. And ball down, unfortunately.
Yeah, just that pass was above head height over on that far side, and with the wet ball, the slippery ball, it just makes things a little bit difficult. And Mel, you mentioned earlier in the commentary, of course, that is a real big key element of the mixed teams. You know, getting those long passes out to the wingers, and when the rain does come down and the ball's a bit slippery, it just makes everything a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, normally you see a lot of the class teams this weekend, the Scorps, Custard, BBR, they've got such good long balls, and normally with the wet weather it'll just kind of narrow their game a little bit, but a lot of the wingers will still take those balls. But yeah, in this game we've seen a lot of drop passes, which is unlike either of these players, and you could see a foot in the ruck there. I'd suggest that the attacker might have placed it behind the foot of the defender, and I think that was a really good call by the ref just to play the touch there rather than call the penalty. So really, really good refereeing this game.
That was a real quick piece of play there from the Hornets, but it leads to nothing. But they will have another opportunity over on that far side of the field to try and mount an attack, and Cambridge looking to try and extend their lead. Here is that man Harry Missing, who got that 4th one, and he gets it back, and he's just diving for the line, and what a brilliant touch just on the line, and it gets a rapturous round of applause on the near side from his teammates. Dominic Brook on the line. Here is Harry Missing again.
Okay, taking off from half, throwing that long ball. It's just a fumble there, unfortunately. And yeah, as you say, the Raptors box is right in front of us, and they're staying positive. They're really driving their team forward here.
Dawson, it was on the line that for the Hornets. She has the ball back again. Here is Harry Missing. Just taking the tactical touch.
I think that's been the difference between the two teams here. I think Cambridge are really using their 6 touches and just retaining possession of the ball just a little bit more. Like the Raptors, I think their midfield D has been really strong, but just maintaining that possession, yeah, hasn't quite been as strong.
So at the moment, Missing just trying to work an angle, lays it off to his teammate, and that's swung out to that far side, and it's just that fumble. It just came in at waist height, just couldn't take it, and it's going to be a turnover here for the Raptors touch.
And here they go driving off their line here. You can see a lot of players, yeah, just losing their stepping. Fresh legs on for Raptors. Emily Bayliss coming on there. Great yards here by the Raptors mids, picking up from half, getting the ball to Emily. 5th touch here, unfortunately, so they've got to try and do something with it quite quickly, and it looks like it's going to be 6 touches there in the middle.
Yeah, turnover here for the Hornets, and immediately they go over towards their technical area to get the fresh legs on, getting a bit more of extra momentum. Over on the halfway line they come, really nice yardage, good footwork, and now driving forward.
Yeah, Kat Jones the link for Cambridge there. She's such a strong player.
Maynard and Dawson linking up on this near side. Maynard gets it again and just looking to try and sidestep his way round, but that is the final touch. So a turnover here for the Raptors, and suddenly in the space of a minute this game has just lift off, and it's already the turn of pace and the acceleration has just turned up a notch as the final few seconds tick down. 2 minutes left of this second half of the Raptors looking to try and level the scorelines. They're 4-2 down.
Yeah, I'd suggest the Raptors have to score off this set of six to be in with a chance of the win. We can see a scoop through here and a 6 again. So if they score here, they've got a chance in this game because, yeah, the sets of 6 don't last very long, but they really do have to score in the next 30 seconds or so. Pressure's on.
Certainly is. Brandon Owen in the middle, number 5. He has it now, but he's just met by a brick wall of the Cambridge Hornets defence. Marsh is also there with him. Marsh has it now with Owen. Number 5 for the Raptors touch. Marsh now looks to try and switch the play, and have they found an opening?
I think they have there.
It's smiles on the faces for the Raptors touch here on this technical area, and it's 4-3 with a minute to go. Taking it right down to the wire, our Raptors touch.
Yeah, they've got to get the turnover quite quickly here. Cambridge lining up for a fairly relaxed tap-off here.
Yes. Yes, ambling towards the halfway line for sure.
Not terribly urgent.
And who can blame them as Missing comes forward. Just short, sharp passing in the centre. Can they just work another angle? And just almost at walking pace, Harry Missing just almost tells them to come to me, make the touch. It's a block on the line.
Good, let's go.
And it looks like a 6 again call there. So this might be the last chance to loon, unfortunately, for Raptors. 6 again, so it looks like Cambridge might retain possession here, and yeah, really close game.
Certainly is. Only one trying it. There's the hooter. Final piece of action. And that is full time then in our 3rd game of the day. And it is the Cambridge Hornets who take the win by 4 tries to 3. It was a close game. It's really accelerated in this second half in the last couple of minutes, but the Cambridge Hornets managed just to hold on. Well, Mel, thank you very much for joining me in the commentary box. And we will be moving on to our 4th game of the day. And it's our first look at Hot Custard as they take on the Bareback Riders in what should be a very, very good game.
It's going to be an absolute cracker.
I think it will be. I think you'd be well worth staying around for our next game.
What we could do is fire up and use your activity and no one will accept
So welcome back here to Oxford Rugby Club for the England Touch Rugby Elite National Touch Series, and our fourth game of the day, the final round of the National Elite Touch Series, is a little bit of a cracker. It's Hot Custard taking on BBR, the Bareback Riders. Hot Custard in the red and white, with BBR in the red and black.
Let's just beat them in thank you. Red and bar, you red and bar. Beat them in thank you. I love watching Clark because they hate driving. Right, keep coming up, keep it coming up, keep it coming up.
So welcome back, it's our fourth game of the day. Joined by myself, Bradley Hope, and Anna Goddard from the Cambridge Hornets. Anna, How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. It's our 4th game here on pitch number 1, the round 3 of the National Elite Touch Series. Hot Custard taking on BBR. This is a matchup that should produce a really interesting match, with Hot Custard currently 3rd in the overall standings and looking to try and close the gap on the overall standings. And at the moment, BBR in possession in the centre. BBR currently at the moment, looking just down my list on the overall standings, 10th at the moment, and we're looking to try and improve on the finishes. They did well in the last outing in Banbury in the 2nd round of the Elite National Touch Series, and we're looking to try and continue that push up the overall standings. But just not on this occasion. BBR are not going to get the first try of game number 4. So these two sides, Anna, it should be quite an intriguing matchup, really.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really hot affair. Oh, just a little bit of a mistake there from Custard. Both teams are driving really well, so I think it's going to come down to the defence.
Yeah, the defensive work really important for both teams, and speaking to various players already throughout the day, talking how much they really work on their defensive work. How important is it into the game of touch? As much as the attacking play, the defensive side is so crucial.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's half the game, so you really need to get that right, especially if you're going to try and keep out a team like BBR, and they've really got star quality. So yeah, Hot Custard have really got to make sure they put themselves in a good position here to keep them out.
Certainly do. And BBR at the moment controlling possession as it stands. They've had the majority of the ball in the opening stages, but just taking the time, just finding and waiting for that perfect opportunity. It's a really good slide in. And that is our first score, and BBR are off to a flyer. They've felt like they've really taken control of these opening minutes, Anna.
Yeah, they have. That early mistake by Custard has really cost them there, so hopefully they'll be able to get their tap off right and have a go at the other end.
Absolutely. Hot Custard, European club champions, of course, back in 2019. Beat the Six-Pack Roosters in the final up down in Maidenhead, which feels like a lifetime ago. And Anna, how has it been back playing touch rugby? I guess being back with the touch rugby, the National Elite Series, back on after the break of last year. Has it been nice to be back?
It has been really nice to be back. Unfortunately, I've been injured, so I haven't been able to take part in any of these NTS series, but it's so nice to be able to watch everyone back, and it's really impressive actually the quality of touch that's being played, considering we've had so much time out.
That has certainly been the talk, is that it's been so impressive. The play has been absolutely brilliant, and there's been a few little surprises. BBR, of course, winners of the National Elite Touch Series back in 2019, and find themselves 10th in the overall standing, so a bit of a change at the top.
Yeah, that is surprising.
So Hot Custard deep inside their own half, looking to try and drive through the centre and getting out to that far side to try and bring on some fresh legs, which in these games they're just so quick and intense. It's how important is it to get those fresh legs on constantly and keeping on changing?
Yeah, it's really important, and if you can get that right, you can get real hold in the game. I honestly think it's got even quicker from after the timeout. I don't know how that's happened, but yeah, it's absolutely rapid, and it's really exciting to watch.
Oh, it certainly is, and this game is a really interesting matchup between Hot Custard and BBR. And Hot Custard just now working their way into the game after BBR felt like they were on top in those opening minutes, but a loose pass there. And of course, we've just had that sprinkling of rain, and that changes the dynamic of the game, doesn't it, completely when the rain comes?
Yeah, you've got to play a little bit tighter. Obviously, there's a bit of a higher risk on those long balls, so I guess it just depends what your game plan is, whether you want to play wide or keep it quite condensed.
So Hot Custard now with a fresh set of 6, with an opportunity to try and equalise. And how important is it And when you get those opportunities, when you force your opposition to make a mistake, to really capitalise on it.
Oh, it's so important, especially at the start of the game. If you can, it looks like they've got a score in there in the corner.
It does.
It really does boost your mood of your team if you're able to equalise early on in the game and you think you're really in for the fight.
That was Catriona Weir on this near side. Really good grab. It was just overhead height, and with those long passes, it makes it difficult, doesn't it, now with that rain?
Yes, definitely. Great hands by Catriona there. Or Katrina, sorry.
And now BBR.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's go, BBR!
A couple of games, how important it is to try and respond quickly after you concede. Is that something that Cambridge have really sort of said over the years, to try and really respond straight away and keep the momentum going?
Yeah, definitely. You often find after you've scored that sort of the most vulnerable position for the defence. You can switch off after you score, so it's really important for both sides in attack and defence to get an opportunity to score.
And a turnover here for Hot Custard. And frustrations just boiling over a little bit here for BBR. Got Cobson in the middle, number 6 for BBR with the black cap on. And turnover here for Hot Custard. Just a pause in play. The referee just wanting to calm things down a little, but Hot Custard come firing back once again. Again, just dragging out to that far side to maybe see if they can work an opening. And with the fresh legs bounding onto the pitch, they can try and keep that momentum. And some really good yards there. Nice switching side, sharp, clever passing, and a brilliant touch on the line. It's always those moments when you think you're so close to making, and then that final touch just comes in.
Yeah, that was a really good setup by Custard. It was a shame they couldn't get that last pass away.
Yeah, it certainly was. And BBR just in the nick of time, managing to get a touch in. BBR just flying forward now, but this Hot Custard defensive line just seemed really high at the moment. They're really putting the pressure on, even up to halfway. That's a defensive tactic that was, and I'd certainly noticed throughout 2019 that a lot of these teams try to press up high and almost stifle the opposition in their own half.
Yeah, and they did really well there to force a mistake from BBR, so they've put themselves in a really good position here for some line attack.
Just switching it and just keeping the rhythm going and playing it amongst in the central positions. So maybe an opportunity for Hot Custard to drive forward towards the line, and the slippery conditions making it difficult though. But it's a credit to both of these teams that they can keep the high intensity up. But it's a switch over now. BBR not wasting any time. Of course, one apiece on the scoreline with a minute and a half remaining of this first half. Flying forward. Lily Lockhart laying it off, and a really good yardage, good turn of pace. Hugo Williams driving through the centre, and a good pick up again, although the referee's going to bring it back, and all of a sudden, Anna, this game has just almost turned up a gear.
Yeah, it really has. The midfield is looking really good from both sides, both for defence, attack. Great drive there from BBR. Shame that had a little mistake there, but it's the line D and line attack that isn't quite coming off for both teams at the moment. But it'd be good if they're able to capitalise on how much work they're doing in the midfield.
And here come Hot Custard again, driving through the centre. The ball's just loose though. And again, it's another turnover. BBR on the halfway line with a fresh set of 6 to drive at it. And how important, Anna, are these opportunities when you get that fresh set of 6 inside your opposition's half to try and take those?
Yeah, it's a really unique opportunity having to go from halfway rather than your line. So, yeah, if you can get up to that line and give yourself enough touches to have a go at scoring, then yeah, it's a really good opportunity. But the rain does look like it's really coming down now, so yeah, it's going to be tricky for them here.
It certainly will be, yeah. I think it's going to be like this all afternoon with the rain sort of trickling down, and then it's going to be bright sunshine. There goes the hooter. And that is half-time then between Hot Custard and BBR. These halves just seem to fly by already on the 4th game of the morning. Well, nothing to separate BBR and Hot Custard in what has been a tense and tight affair. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time.
Because you shit it, right? Because of that. And that's kind of the most... Yeah, let's see how many slices. No, we did... I just put a cone on it. It's also... Just run that, run out of losing our focus with their time and pressure. We feel that they're going to be the more grip on everything, absorb on it, and then make sure that not go to next thing we do. It's always there to play. I think this is right. This is like this about that. Do you know Marshall, set the standard. Set the standard. Run fast. Run faster.
Well, welcome back here to Oxford. This is game number 4, Hot Custard taking on BBR. And if you hadn't picked up on our cameras, the rain has bounced it down in the last couple of seconds, which I'm sure will make this second half very intriguing. And BBR have a tap-off in this second half and will look to try and take the advantage. It was BBR who started the first half really strongly in the opening couple of minutes, and they will look to try and start this second half in strong momentum. Not on this occasion, that crucial touch. As a team, Anna, how do you go about it when the rain does thunder down like this? What's the message? What's the tactics?
I guess tighten things up a little bit. The long balls aren't going to come off as well as if it was dry, and then just up in the communication really, making sure everyone's on the same page, because it does take an extra second to catch and release the ball in these type of conditions.
So another last gasp touch there for BBR. BBR with Chancer just taking the time, taking a moment to almost pause and reset and look to try and push towards the goal line, and it's a long pass again, a really good take. And that is a score for BBR. That was a really impressive move there, and a really impressive take despite the conditions.
Yeah, an outstanding pass and even better take in these conditions, you're right. That was brilliant from BBR.
Well, BBR currently leading Hot Custard, and if the overall standings are to tell us anything, then this could be a little bit of an upset, although BBR, of course, well known, and already a turnover here straight away, and BBR really have the momentum. 2-1 up, the first score of this second half, and when you have that that lead, and how important as a team do you think, right, we've got to capitalise on the momentum and really go again?
Yeah, you've got to stay really focused when you're in the lead because it's so easy in these games to lose it. So yeah, you just got to keep the chat up, keep the momentum up, energy up. You can't let off the focus, especially for these two teams. They're both so strong that any mistakes are going to capitalise on them.
Well, Custard looking to respond, and the referee's just halted play here. Rough touch, and it's going to be restart here for Hot Custard. Again over to their technical area, a few fresh faces come on, and that arcing run through the centre. Again, another layoff, and just inviting almost the touch there, just to get an opportunity to really scramble that defence, although just that stop-start at the moment here for Hot Custard, not being able to gather the momentum. Opportunity to dive for the line. What a brilliant touch that was, just on the line. It was Jamie Ironside for Hot Custard going in, but a vital touch. And BBR at the moment, Anna, look good for their lead, and at the moment defending pretty solidly and attacking well.
Yeah, they do. They're just controlling it a little bit better than Custard at the moment. Fewer unforced errors. I think that's where the game is really going to be lost and won. Who can keep the ball and who can capitalise on the opportunities.
Well, BBR just almost dancing on the goal area. And now a fresh set of 6, although deep inside Hot Custard territory. And talked about it throughout these opening games. These are the opportunities that you want to try and take.
Yeah, they'll just take their time here, see what the defence is doing, what they're reading into, and try and find out the best option to get a score.
Yeah, it's a different type of approach to the attacking mentality when you're deep inside your opposition's half with a fresh set of 6, just trying to work an opening, using through the middle, good dive for the line, but a really crucial touch. And again, it was Jamie Ironside who's in the thick of the action. I guess the rain will make it a bit easier to dive for the line, I guess.
Yeah, you can go a bit further out knowing you're gonna slide over.
Just a quick combination in the middle here for BBR. Now to the left, on a loose pass, and Hot Custard will get the turnover. How frustrating is it, Anna, when you get those fresh set of 6 in the opposition half and you feel like you've got an opportunity and you don't take them? Is it a case of just, right, we've just got to go and push again, or is it also that sense of deflation a little bit?
I guess a little bit, but you've got to just have the people in your team that bring the energy back up. You can't rest on your mistakes. You've got to keep going, because like you can see from Custard here, they've done a really good defensive set and they're straight in on the action again, so you've got to stay focused.
Absolutely. As Harry Goldman tried to, almost like a jockey, tried to hurdle his way over the goal line, but again, just a loose pass and a turnover for BBR, and the intensity of this game has just cranked up a notch, and a really sharp passing here from BBR as they work their way up to halfway. And again, fresh faces, fresh set of legs come on, and a really good sort of fade to that run to try and maybe open up some space on this near side, but just couldn't turn away the ball quickly. And that is that for that attack, and Hot Custard will get an opportunity to turn over. Hot Custard have been pretty impressive defensively, and as well as attacking, I'd say.
Yeah, they've had 2 really good defensive sets there, where I think BBR had a good opportunity, good momentum into the line, but couldn't quite pull it off. So credit to Custard there, really good couple of defensive sets, but looks like they've lost the ball again, so BBR will have another try.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier, Anna, about it's the game will be won and lost on probably the errors, won't it, really?
Yeah, and it's a shame about the conditions, but you've just got to play the conditions at the moment. The rain seems to have stopped, but it's still going to be very greasy out there. So mistakes are going to be high for any team.
And also another added dimension, as we had our We had referee Mel Day with us for the earlier game, was saying that, of course, the ball's getting sanitised as well, which adds another dimension, I guess, to the game.
Yeah, for the first couple of sets, it's still pretty greasy, and you'll see people are wiping it on their shirts or trying to dry it up a little bit. But yeah, that's you just have to deal with it. But yeah, it does add another dimension. You sort of don't want to tap off after half time. Yes. You know the ball's going to be covered in sanitizer.
It's, of course, the COVID protocols, just trying to keep everyone safe, of course, in these looking less uncertain times. And there we go, just as we speak about the greasy ball, BBR with a handling error, and Hot Custard with the opportunity now to break inside their own half. But again, BBR, a bit like Hot Custard in that first half, really putting the pressure on inside their opposition's half defensively.
Yeah. Yeah, defensive pressure at the moment is really good from both sides, but oh no, another mistake from Custard there. But I was just about to say their driving looked really good and they looked like they were going to pick up good momentum there, but credit to BBR's defence again. Defence from both sides has been pretty good in this second half.
And now BBR with the opportunity on the halfway. 2 touches gone, so still a couple left to try and work an angle. Again, Hot Custard drive up to try and force them back and put the pressure on almost immediately. And just can't really find an angle here, BBR, but they currently have the 3-1 lead on the scoreline. And Hot Custard, well, chasing the top of the overall standings. Wigan at the moment top, and BBR looking to try and add a fourth. Oh, and it's really well worked. That was dragging the defence through into the central positions and leaving that space out on the wings, and that was a nicely done try.
Yeah, they've really worked that left to right pass superbly in this game. They've scored predominantly their tries out there, so yeah, really outstanding work, and Custard have got their work cut out now to try and get back in the game.
Hot Custard, well, with the seconds ticking down, they're going to be on the end of a defeat, which is not how they would have wanted to start round 3, and that's another touch on the line that prevents Hot Custard from getting a second. It was Ironside, again, who's been in the thick of it for Hot Custard.
No, just one. Yeah, just one.
So BB with Hot Custard with an opportunity to try and switch the play, but block on the line. Final minutes of this second half, with BBR leading 4-1, and the shouts of encouragement on the technical areas.
Oh, outstanding footwork there from Hot Custard.
Certainly was Adam Haskins, but somehow getting the touch in, and those one-on-one matchups are getting really interesting on the line, especially with the rain, and they finally get through Hot Custard. And that is the final action and the final score of the game, with BBR winning out 4-2. Well, Anna, thank you very much for joining me in the commentary box. Absolute delight. And it is BBR who win out 4-2, not the style that Hot Custard would have wanted to try and put that pressure on Wigan. So we move on to our 5th game of the day, and that will be the leaders in the overall standings, Wigan Touch Warriors, taking on the Thames Valley Vikings. That'll be coming up next.
still afloat.
I've got it for it.
Exactly, I don't need to say anything. You already know me. You already know.
He should have like died. Like he's throwing himself around like a revolver.
So, welcome back. It's Game 5 here at the National Elite Touch Series. These games just come quick and fast. And this is our first look here on field number 1 for the overall leaders at the moment. It is the Wigan Touch Warriors. They are taking on the Thames Valley Vikings. Wigan in all black with Thames Valley Vikings in all blue. Again, joined by myself, Bradley Hope, and I'm delighted to say from BBR, Marshall McLeod is joining me. Marshall, how are you?
Good, thank you. Yeah, great to be here. Hopefully this will be a really top quality game because, like you say, Wigan have been setting the standards this season, but Thames Valley are no slow coaches. So yeah, looking forward to this one.
It should be a very interesting affair for sure. Thames Valley Vikings 11th at the moment in the overall standings, but quite rightly, Marshall, Wigan have just been really setting the standards high over these 2 rounds that were in Banbury obviously previously. And what's impressed you most, would you say, about Wigan so far over the couple of rounds?
Well, they come at you with a lot of pace and just smart plays. There's a lot of experience. So is that Jordan meddling with the ball now? Yeah. So they've got players like that who've been in the England setup for years now, and just they can bring a lot of expertise and experience, and just they design very smart plays. So they're always sort of getting you unexpectedly.
Thames Valley Vikings making some inroads then over the halfway line, and again, it's a real common factor over these opening games. These games are just so intense, Marshall, that you just constantly see the substitutes coming on and feeding onto the attack, don't you, in terms of just keeping the momentum of the game. And this is a really nice attack here from Thames Valley Vikings. Can they keep up the momentum, just being slowed down slightly, but switching it from left to right? But the Vikings just showing a bit of flair there.
Yeah, absolutely jambon. It was delightful. Yeah, you're absolutely right, though. It's just all about sort of maintaining that pace as you get the transition of the subs coming on. More often than not, the team that goes end to end better is the team that ends up winning. Although with 20-minute games, you know, if you get a quick couple of scores on the line and just you can hang on to that lead, it makes it a slightly different challenge than the 40 minutes we've had in the past.
Yeah, the intensity of the game certainly has been really noticeable over these National Elite Touch series, but the quality's been there, hasn't it? It's been absolutely, today in these opening couple of games of round 3, your game with Hot Custard, even despite the conditions, it was still a really top quality game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hot Custard are a good side, and I think everyone's just still super excited to be playing again. You know, it's been a long time coming, and although maybe a little bit of rustiness earlier in the season, now it's kind of everyone's back to where they would like to be, or pretty close to it at least. And it makes for really sharp games.
So Wigan here with an opportunity, fresh set of 6, just wanting to make sure they get the marking right.
Oh, that was a sneaky one as well. Those drive you crazy as a player when someone just sort of does that little ballet dance away and you don't end up getting the touch you thought you were going to have.
Here is Melling, key figure in this Wigan side. Melling gets it again. He thought he was going to go right, tries to go through the centre, and that is the first try of the game. Wigan off to a strong start, and Wigan, of course, with that 6-point advantage at the top of the overall standings, will be wanting to try and reach the cup final again, as they did in the second round. And they, of course, played your team, BBR, in the cup final of the second round, and Wigan just coming on top on that occasion. But for BBR, it feels like it's been a real progression throughout the rounds up until this point.
Yeah, absolutely. So we came, I think, 13th in the first tournament, but unfortunately it clashed with a Scotland Touch training camp, so we were missing quite a few key players. And then, like you say, we got to the final last time. So fingers crossed we can do one better today, but lots of good teams here, so it'll be a hard road.
Certainly will be. We've London Scorpions we've seen today with a convincing victory over Crewe and Nantwich Blaze, and the Scorpions currently second in the overall standings. They'll be hoping for Wigan to slip up in the third round. And of course, likes of Hot Custard, Nottingham Hoods as well. As you said, Marshall, lots of really strong teams in this third and final round, and vying to sort of finish as high as they can in the overall standings as Thames Valley Vikings look to respond. And
that looked close.
It certainly did, and with that slick surface, I'm guessing it makes diving a little bit easier going for the line.
Yeah, having that heavy rain, about 20 minutes ago, we said at half-time, it's just like the first, if you get up to the line, you've got a set of 5. First one, have a dive and see what's happening, because you are going to get that slide. and it does make it a bit easier.
As a team, Marshall, how do you adapt throughout a game when the conditions are so varying? And in the first half, it was pretty. I think even the sun appeared in the first half, whereas in the second half, it was a barrage of rain. How, as a team, do you try and change your tactics as Thames Valley Vikings come close again? How do you change your tactics then, so almost during a match?
Yeah, so we were a little bit fortunate that the rain really started at half-time, so we did get that chance to chat about it. But it's more about, so in attack, everyone kind of knows that you're not going to throw that big long pass. But in defence as well, it's reacting and changing your positioning slightly. So if you're on the wing, you can be a little bit more confident the ball's not going to be zipped over your head. So you might start a little bit tighter.
Okay.
And the moves you run, more sort of running, diving scores rather than passing moves. But yeah, hopefully, I think that it's a funny old day in that the ball does dry quite quickly when it's not hosing it down. So hopefully we can see, all sorts of touch happening.
Yeah, we had Anna Goddard from Cambridge Hornets, who's unfortunately not playing this weekend, but she was mentioning earlier that with the sanitisations on the ball as well as making an extra dynamic to the game as well with the rain, I'm sure it's really impressive that the players can really produce high quality touch.
Yeah, it used to be the cardinal sin was don't put sun cream on your hands and then pick up the ball. But now, the sanitizer, it does, first couple of passes sometimes can be a little bit like bar soap.
Yeah, they mentioned that a couple of teams don't want tap-off. They want to actually just sort of get themselves into the game before they have a touch of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I always prefer tapping off second half. Getting set with a bit of defence, get your mindset right, and then you can come on flying. Let's see what we can do here. That's nice.
Yeah, just trying to make up a few yards. Thames Valley Vikings trying to put the pressure on, although a bit of yardage to make up here over the halfway line. Skipping away, dancing his way through, pass to the left. It's really good work from Wigan Touch, and the momentum, although unfortunately for Wigan Touch, just not on that occasion, the referee turning it over for the Vikings. But the momentum of the game, it's a really high energy paced game so far in this opening 7 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Thames Valley have looked really good coming off the line at the back end. It's just that transition, like we talked about, has been a little bit static for them. And we just saw it there. They kind of had a really good first couple, and then they got held up a little bit. And then by the time they got to the line, they're just sort of maybe 5-10 yards further out than they'd like to be, and that holds them up. This number one, though, he's had a cracking game so far.
Yeah, Sam Grant for Wigan Touch. And an opportunity now to try and see if they can break up towards the halfway line. Melling's in the middle, another key figure.
Yeah. Interesting fact, someone told me that he was a very accomplished tuba player.
Oh, there you go.
And I wonder if that sort of brass instrument improves lung capacity as well, just a little bit of advantage, helps him with his fitness.
Is there something he's not telling the rest of Touch Rugby then? Maybe that's the way to way to go.
Yeah, the Wigan Orchestra, actually.
Well, sure, in the lockdown, he was able to really improve those skills. And here is Grant, the number one for the Wigan Touch. Melling just being pushed back. That's when you lose that momentum, when you feel like you're flying forward. It's and here's another opportunity for Wigan Touch. And
good finish.
A really nice finish on the side. And that was really impressive from Wigan with that sort of stop-start nature. When you get that opportunity, you feel like you're flying, and then suddenly you have to pull back, do you? How, as a team, it must be quite hard to then suddenly, right, let's fly forward again.
Yeah, it requires a lot of sort of trust and a connection between the players to know, right, okay, that move hasn't worked. What's our next step? Good communication as well. But actually, sometimes when you've done that, so you've come and flying, you've got the defence moving, they're also flying, they're now out of position. It can be the best time to attack if you can have a sort of bit of cohesion with it. Oh, another loss of control. Oh no, they got away with it.
Oh, they just need to find a man. Need to find the movement, find a space. Oh. Slips over in the goal area.
Oh no, they have called no. I think he was touched earlier. Called half caught there. But yeah, so often you'll plan to sort of really stretch the defence with a move, and you're sort of running maybe laterally across the face, and then that's actually just the setup for your strike move, just to pull defenders out. So it can actually be the best way to attack sometimes.
Had a again, Wigan with just that momentum, really forcing forward. Grant and Melling linking up in the centre again, and a nice little jinking, dancing move. Needs to find a teammate. It's almost like a basketball shot, and what a potential breakaway. Oh, unfortunately, referees brought it back, and that was a really exciting breakaway for the Thames Valley Vikings. And there goes the hooter. And that is half-time between Wigan Touch and Thames Valley Vikings. Wigan currently topping the overall standings. They reached the final last time, the cup final, and they'll be aiming to repeat that feat here in Oxford. And they've got off to a perfect start in this first half. Thames Valley Vikings with work to do.
Ready to, on the fifth, set it up for a quicker in the line and the girl in the middle, yeah? Because then you can think of the mirror quite well. You must practice it because the girl gets scooped on all the time. You've got to do it at pace though, you know what I mean? Not like a line attack stuff, and you've got to do it all quite quick, off, go down, and give it your back or vice versa, yeah?
So here we go, start of the second half. Wigan leading 2-0 from the half-time, and Thames Valley Vikings with work to do in this second half. And the one thing I've noticed, Marshall, certainly in these couple of opening games, is these halves just seem to fly by. As a player, these must feel like their last minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of think when you're sort of approaching a 40-minute game, you know that you've got that time. That second half is lengthy, so if you kind of go down 2 or 3 scores, you can still say, right, we've got this. But there's just that sense of urgency in a 20-minute game where, you know, you go down even 2 scores, all of a sudden you're in a bit of bother. You've got not a lot of time to try and make that ground up, and it's good. Yeah, so let's see Thames Valley hopefully fly out the blocks and really make a contest.
Absolutely. Well, I'm sure the likes of London Scorpions and Hot Custard will be willing on Thames Valley Vikings to try and close the gap in the scoreline and put the pressure on Wigan. And Wigan, though, really impressive in that first half. They really, when they had the opportunity to attack, they really sort of made up those yards in that first half. And again, it seems to be a similar tactic, similar plan. And looking to switch the play out to the far side with a loose pass on that occasion. But Wigan just seem really strong and can build that momentum so quickly, Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, their pace coming on in the minute is really, really good, and they're just not giving any easy yards away. Just all looks like Thames Valley are really having to fight and work. Oh, maybe I'm about to be proven wrong. Yeah, I think that's a pen. No? I'm not sure anyone knows what's going on.
The referee's really just having a quick word with the two teams. Are we going to get a fresh set of 6 on the halfway line? We might do. Here we come. We'll find out soon enough. Through the centre, Thames Valley Vikings. Buck just orchestrating things in the centre with the cap on. And they look to try and drive through the centre again. Can they just work an opening out wide? Being forced back though. It's amazing in touch rugby how those little, not even a mistake. Oh, that was a good flick back. That was an incredible throw. And Thames Valley Vikings, well, Marshall, you asked them to come flying out the traps. They certainly have.
Yeah, great flick there. It looked like he was going to get stuck without a runner, but then great flick and also just a really good finish. Often, so the rule in touch is you've got to have complete control of the ball. You can't sort of palm it down like you might in rugby union or league. So it was good that he had it in 2 hands and picked it up after, just to show that he definitely caught it. That was smart play there for sure.
Well, Wigan have their scoreline reduced by half, but can they suddenly get back into it? Oh, what a brilliant break for the line. That was by Sam Grant. He really put he went into turbo boost mode there, did Sam Grant. And of course with that slick surface, made it quite easy to dive over the line. But as the Thames Valley Vikings got themselves back into the game, when you are in those moments, how frustrating must it be to concede straight off the back? Yeah,
I mean, it's equally as important when you get that score as just backing it up afterwards with the first defensive set. Because, yeah, it's such a psychological boost, and then that feeling of just flatness that comes when you concede like that. I mean, it was a great score, just raw pace on the outside. He picked the defender he wanted to work on, and that was just it. And good D. Look at the energy, yeah, really strong.
And just what you were talking about there, Marshall, about when you get that score to... the word we kept on hearing from your side was reset, along with London Scorpions as well. That was the one key word after a score, reset, refocus. And I guess that's what marks Wigan out as probably one of the strong sides, is they've just focused all the time.
Yeah, I mean, you could see it there, that they had 3 players flying up, covering every option and just looking like they loved it when they made that touch, and that sort of energy and desire makes such a difference in those key moments where you've just scored, you want to keep that lead, and then they've gone and done it again. Yeah,
certainly have. Wigan are really advancing away now after Thames Valley Vikings made a strong start to this second half. It's now 4-1 for Wigan, and just as that try goes in, the wind has just picked up. There's a little bit of a sprinkling of rain here in Oxford. We're having all the elements. I wouldn't be surprised if we see snow anytime soon. It's really testing conditions, and it's I guess from a technical standpoint as a player, it sort of challenges you to the full degree in a sense with all the different type of conditions we're getting.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where experience counts for a lot. Just knowing which moves are going to work and what sort of conditions. Because often you're choosing what to run based on the opposition, but equally the conditions do play a part in deciding. Did you get through there?
Looks like you did. Thames Valley Vikings hit back straight away, and this second half is absolutely blistering. Both sides really giving it their all, and Thames Valley Vikings not going away just yet with under 5 minutes remaining of this second half, and Wigan will want to try and respond straight away, but this wind has just started to pick up. Myself and Marshall, we're protected in the little hut that we've got ourselves here in Oxford, but for the players, they are in the full thick of it. And Thames Valley Vikings have the option to break away. Is this when mistakes obviously now happen with these conditions? Oh, and there we go, straight off the bat.
Commentator's curse.
There we go. Thames Valley Vikings there with the opportunity to break forward, and a slip just on the halfway line. And is this sort of the moments where you just sort of have to, the communication is really key?
Yeah, so that was a good turnover from Thames Valley Vikings, and then they had one good drive and it just got a little bit static, and then players were sort of looking for a pass, not sure where the pass was going, and we see a drop like that from a little lapse in concentration. I think that's a great touch in defence there, though. Really good recovery. But yeah, when you get those turnovers, it's so important to capitalise and just, I mean, we just talked about pace. Like, if you're not sure what you're doing, then just go hard and go up the field, rather than sort of.
And Grant is just making a dart out to this near side, and he gets it back. He's already got one to his name, and he looks to try and get a second, although the touch comes in, and that is the final touch. So a turnover here for the Thames Valley Vikings, and just on a couple of occasions there, Wigan with the opportunity to try and extend that scoreline as the rain bounces down here in Oxford. We're getting all different types of elements here in Oxford.
Great defence there from Thames Valley. They really earned this drive and this set. First from the wing in the far corner, and then number 2 there, not letting Sam Grant outside him at all, and then working really hard to. He made the first touch, got onside, and came up and made the second. That was brilliant.
So Wigan with the turnover here now inside the Thames Valley Vikings half, and just slowing the pace of the game down, of course, leading 4-2 on the scoreline with 2.5 minutes remaining. And is this where the game management style comes into it now then, Marshall?
Absolutely. So we're watching Wigan. I mean, they're going quickly now. Oh, did she catch that? Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah. Well, I was about to say maybe I wouldn't have thrown that pass in the rain, but you know, great ball, great catch, and they've now got another score. Yeah, but this is the stage of the game where if you're up, you just want to be taking every touch in the set. There's sort of no rush and transition, just sort of sucking all the seconds out that you can, and just giving the opposition no hope to get back in. And it is looking a little bit bleak now for Thames Valley Vikings, but let's see what they've got.
Yeah, they're going to give it their all for this final 2 minutes, the Thames Valley Vikings. And they are wanting to try and reduce that deficit in the scoreline once again. Oh, and another brilliant touch. And the defensive work is almost celebrated as much as a try.
You can hear sort of, I think you probably hear at home as well, just the noise from the box and these touches is huge. And when you're on the pitch, that makes a big difference. You hear that roar even from 1 or 2 people, and it does just give you that little boost of energy. A good set of D there from Wigan.
Yeah, it certainly was. Wigan leading 5-2 at the moment, just over a minute remaining of this second half. Just a reminder, of course, they are 20-minute games, 10 minutes per half, so we are flying through the fixtures here in Oxford. Already on to our 5th game of the day, and we'll move on to our 6th game very shortly. As Wigan look to break on the halfway line, driving through the centre. Thames Valley Vikings just keeping compact though at the moment in the centre, although an opportunity beckons here for Wigan. And they've added another one to the scoreline, and that was just classy work, wasn't it, in the end from Wigan?
Yeah, really good hands and good hole hitting there, but that was sort of made 2 or 3 touches before. Well, in the 2 or 3 touches before, just the pace they came on, they just didn't give Thames Valley a chance at all to get on sides. Yeah, that sort of belongs to the whole driving set there, that score, even though the finish was good as well.
Here come Thames Valley Vikings then. Final opportunity for them to really attack this Wigan goal area. Can they finish off in style, the Thames Valley Vikings? Not on that occasion. The commentators curse once again for the Vikings. And there goes the hooter. There goes full time, and it's Wigan who record the victory at the moment. They are looking to try and reach another cup final here in the Elite National Touch Series. Marshall, thank you very much for joining me this morning in the rain. I'm sure you might want to maybe stay under here for a bit longer with the with the rain. But we'll now move on to our 6th game of the morning session here in Oxford. And our final game here in the morning session will be NQ Rebels taking on London Eagles first. And we'll see you in a moment's time.
Thank you very much.
So here we go then, 6th and final game of the morning session here in Oxford, the Elite National Touch Series. And this one sees NQ Rebels taking on London Eagles. And I'm delighted to say joining me for this one is Jordan Melling from Wigan Touch. Jordan, how are you?
Good morning. I'm very well, a little bit wet. Yeah, the conditions aren't too great at the minute.
Yeah, you seeked refuge in the commentary.
Yeah, I spotted you and I thought there's a roof there. There's a way I can get under.
So, from a Wigan's point of view, it's a good start today.
Yeah, not bad. First game took a little bit of took us a little while to get going, but yeah, that last game we showed a little bit of grit, especially in this weather, to push off a really good Vikings team. Yeah, they've been really good in the last 3 rounds. So yeah, it was really nice to get that win.
Well, these two sides, London Eagles and the Rebels in the maroon shirts, with London Eagles in the sort of dark blue shirts coming forward now.
Yeah, I think they've gone for the Philadelphia Eagles green, yes. I think.
Absolutely, and these, it's going to be I think of a factor throughout the afternoon if this rain keeps on trickling down with those handling errors.
Yeah, dead right. It was really tough to get any momentum going in that last game, and it looks like the same again. I had a little bit of a panic there when Toby had a slip, but he's all good.
Yeah, Rebels coming forward now, coming over the halfway line towards this near side, but again it's a turnover for the Eagles and a chance for them to try and build something from the back inside their own half in a central position on the halfway line. And the Eagles just slowly trying to build their way up the into the NQ Rebels half, and you'll might notice with the rain trickling down, you might not see those long sweeping passes out to the wings as often with the more compact play. Was that something from a Wigan perspective that you talked about?
Yeah, I mean, you still get tempted. You still want to throw over the top if you get the chance, but you're right. The style of play changes a little bit. You're right. It's a little bit more compact. You'll see people using the dive a little bit more. Gabe Pennington, number 8, on the ball now. He's got an amazing dive in dry weather, so it'll be great to see him use that in these conditions. You've also got Miles. I think he's 205 on the opposition. His yellow boots. He's incredibly quick, and you'll see him using that scoop from halfway onwards. It'll be a little bit of a different sort of game to what we see normally from two very good teams.
And again, their mistake inside their own half this time for the Eagles. So NQ Rebels with a chance to have a go at the goal line with a fresh set of 6. But the conditions are almost changing every 10 minutes. It's, as a team and in terms of a mindset, in terms of tactically, how can you change in terms of every 10 minutes? It's sort of changing, isn't it? You do have to change what you want to run certain things, and you sort of condition teams to be defending you one way, which towards the back end of a game it would result in normally those longer balls over the top. You see that link hole opening up a little bit more, and you're right, you're not able to do that as much. You see that 32 long from Josh to Ben Grinter there off the floor. Normally Ben's got really quick feet. He's either going to beat that defender to the outside or the inside, and it just slips, and there's nothing you can do about it. And it might take you 5 or 6 minutes to sort of swallow your pride and think, right, I'm going to actually change how I'm playing here. Because I think there's been one shot on an opposition line from each team so far. So yeah, it is really tough. It could come down to the team who makes the fewest errors.
That's it. Really. That's what we talked about prior to that game. It was errors, and you see it again. It's just constant back and forth errors. And the team, there's a lot of experience on both these teams, and I think it will. You're right. It will just take one team to sort of dial it back a little bit. Recognise that they don't need to go 100% every time. They've just got to not make those errors.
The Eagles looking to spread the ball wide out to this near side, but it just couldn't get it on the line. And again, it's going to be a turnover for the Rebels, and they're going to try and build something from the back. But it's difficult to try and make those yardage without even slipping over.
It is. You're trying to create some momentum, and you've got to go away from your subbing patterns, your structures, and you've got to do other things and slow it down a little bit. And it is frustrating because you're so used to speed, and the Rebels have managed to get a little bit here.
Yeah.
But that's good defence from Eagles.
Yeah, absolutely solid, strong, and as a collective defending well there, the London Eagles. And with these games being 10-minute halves, Jordan, is it first score? Is that the first thing that's going through your mind?
Yeah, that's the mindset that we normally have in these 20-minute games. It's whether we've got the tap off or not, it's about affecting that tap off straight away. So yeah, if we're tapping off, we want to be scoring, and we've got things in place that we want to use, and then that's the same for defence. If we're defending the tap off, we have a defensive team that tries to shut them out and set the tone a little bit.
Well, concentration levels will be really high.
That's really good defence from the Rebels. Two quick players on one-on-one there, Henry Stratford and Toby Phillips. Gabe Pennington underneath, just coming up with the save.
And the Rebels looking to try and break up to the halfway. Again, though, that defensive pressure, it's high, it's intense from both sides.
You can feel it as well. There's it's two good teams in the pool stages. Brimlow's looked to gone straight through, but again, it's good defence from Tom Hall and Henry.
Yeah, that quick pickup was nice, but those final few touches just on the line, there's always that split second in your mind where you think you've just snuck through, isn't it? And,
that was the thing in the last game as well. You've got that half step, you've got that half yard, and you think, I'm through. And you've got to bring it back, and you lose that momentum, and it is frustrating. That's nice.
It was lovely, and through the centre, just going it from left to right, although a good stoppage from the Rebels. That just means London Eagles just have to reset and go again.
Yeah.
And it's almost a bit stop-start here at the moment, but it's a good turn away from the Eagles. Can they find a breakthrough? Oh, a lovely little pop-up chance here.
That's good defence. That's great defence. Adam Brimlow with a really good save there for Adam Brimlow. And a penalty for throwing the ball away. That's massive.
Well, the frustration's just creeping in slightly, and the Rebels, again, really good yardage, breaking up to the halfway line. And the big thing, which certainly his first few games, Jordan, noticing the cheers from the touchline have always been as loud for the defensive.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I don't know whether it's a northern thing, but I think I've noticed the northern teams are a little bit louder from the box. Like I said, I've played with a lot of the Rebels players over the years, and we do like to keep a nice, loud, noisy box, and it does help in defence, because let's face it, nobody likes defending. Well, I know people that do, but I don't.
Well, at the moment, both of these sides are defensively solid at the moment, and it could be one of those games where the first score is going to be massive for this game, and who will take on and win this game.
We've got two really good defenders on at the minute, Rebels, Ben Grinter and Gabe Pennington. And Johnny Leos has just come in from link, had a nice little save, but I think he's given offside. So this will be interesting now. I think this is the first time a team's had a fresh set of six attacking, and they've got Eagles have got some experience on here.
From a defensive point of view, when you do concede that fresh set of six right in front of your goal line, what's the mindset? What's the thinking?
I think you've just got to learn from it. If you're the ones coming off, you've just got to sort of assess. Oh, I think Eagles are in here.
For the Eagles to go through.
I think that was just down to a little slip. Again, it's the conditions playing a part. But like I was saying then, Ben, Gabe, and Johnny and the others defending, then they've just got to come off and learn from what's just happened. And I think they were defended. They had some good shape, but it was just the conditions playing a bit of a part. The guys going on, they've just got to sort of brush off what happened. They've got to. It's cheesy, but you just got to think it's 0-0. Yeah. You're back to square one, really.
Certainly in the tight game like this, and the Rebels look to try and respond straight away, which is another really key factor of the game, is the response from either scoring or even conceding. And the Rebels looking to try and find that response with seconds to go in this first half.
Is Adam Brimlow going for the outside?
Oh, that diving touch, really good. Really strong work from the London Eagles. Sliding touch, of course, the conditions helping as well in that part of the game.
Yeah, I thought I'd see a little bit more use of the dive, I thought, from Rebels especially. I know they've not really had a fresh set of 6 yet, so maybe we'll see that when they do. Toby did have a really good effort then, and he was pretty unlucky. But considering the amount of errors in that half, that was really quick.
It was.
Yeah, it just goes up a level, doesn't it, Jen? It just goes up a level when you've got two really good teams playing against each other. Two teams that, you know, they are top 8 teams. They are what you would call elite teams. So yeah, considering how many errors there were in that half, that was a really good 10 minutes.
Yeah, as the rain just continues to trickle down here in Oxford, there's some lighter clouds and blue skies just in the distance that might be heading our way. But at the moment, it's the London Eagles who lead the Rebels at half-time. So welcome back then. Second half here between NQ Rebels and London Eagles, with the Eagles leading with that solitary score in the first half, and the Eagles will be looking to try and even double that lead straight from the off in this second half. Just a reminder, these 10-minute halves, they fly by. As I have Jordan Melling with me from Wigan Touch Warriors next to me, help describing the action.
It's down, I think.
And that is the start that the London Eagles would have wanted, and straight off the bat.
Again, it's the same as the first one. It's just the conditions playing a part. Like, Gabe had that, and there was not much threat. Like, Gabe was there. Like, Miles is so fast, but he's not gonna fire it over the top. And that's no offence to him, by the way. But you know, Gabe had that covered. And it's the conditions playing a part again, and it's like you said, it's a huge start because that doubles the lead, and when you're trying to set the tone from those tap-offs, it's massive. Josh Ingram.
With Rebels looking to try and respond, it was a pass out wide that was collected. And the referees just signalled the turnover here.
It's a shame because they had a nice little set-up there, Rebels. They set up for that doggies play, that sweeper on the far link. They brought it back in field. They found a little bit of space, and they're not far off exploiting it. They really aren't. And this is huge now. This is huge.
Well,
they should get a couple of shots.
With the shorter halves, these opportunities now, when you get the chance, it almost doubles in terms of the value, doesn't it?
It does. And equally, if you don't convert, it kind of feels like the end of the world. because it is just so massive. Toby Phillips on a 32 short. He's going to get low. I think he's in. That's the score. Massive.
Brilliant response for the Rebels, just what they would have wanted. 2
Really
minutes
good.
into this second half and already a score apiece.
Fantastic feat from Toby. Yeah, it's just a 32 short. You know, really simple move, but he stands up the defender really well. Gets nice and low. He's like a lizard in the grass.
And at the moment, the Eagles will be looking to try and reclaim that two-try advantage that they had, and it's been a big factor, a big talking point throughout these games, that the response to scoring and conceding is so important, and those touches just really crucial for the Rebels on the line.
And you just see, the odd slip, and it could so easily just lead to a score.
Oh, diving for the
that's a
line.
great touch. Great touch from Gabe. Really good save. 2-1, we've got a game here.
We certainly have, and the rain has just stopped here in Oxford, which will help the players, although it's a greasy surface, slippery ball.
She's in the ruck there. Yeah. Right decision. Rebels seem to be getting a little bit of momentum here.
Yeah, after conceding off the first attack in the second half, the Rebels looking to try and build that momentum.
You can hear it from the box as well. They're focusing much more on ball control. Two hands going into the ruck, sticking that arm out and initiating, keeping the ball away from the defender.
And just dancing against the Eagles' defence. Not that time
Fifth
for the
touch.
Rebels.
Always tough to get anything off a static fifth touch, but Toby Phillips is going to try something. Good defence. Eagles have got that covered.
Turnover, and this is where they could potentially try and maybe build a bit of momentum, but that high line from the Rebels really putting the pressure on, aren't they?
Yeah, they've really turned it up here. They're trying to force that error. They're trying to force a scoop from halfway. Eagles are really struggling to get anything going. That's fifth touch. They're in their own half. That's fantastic defence from the Rebels.
The momentum is certainly
that's
with
huge. Really
Rebels.
Good. Really good. They've got the momentum. They've just got to convert it now, and I think they will. I think they need a penalty or a good little bit of momentum on their driving. That's really good from Emily Kelly.
Just driving forward through the centre, trying to stretch this Eagles defence. Although going through the centre, the rain has stopped, so maybe it could be an opportunity to fire out the wing.
This is where he's dangerous.
Oh, an interception just on the line, a crucial one for the Eagles.
I think you've got to be giving it Gabe there. You've got to utilise how good his dive is, and I think they had Eagles all over the place there. That was a huge moment.
So with the Eagles in a little bit of disarray, as a team, Jordan, when you're in those sort of patches where things aren't clicking, does it just take a certain pass, a moment, or a bit of phase of play that can just change everything?
We talked about it in the first game because we were struggling to, sort of get going. It always happens in that first game, but there's always that, one decision or, something out of your control that happens, and it does feel like a bit of a shift. And you've just got, if you recognise it, and sort of say that, it's turning now. This is us now, and if you can start capitalising on it. It is really tough. It's so hard to get momentum.
Here's Phillips looking to try and go into the line. Passes to his left.
Yeah, this is big now. This is a really big set. Toby Phillips goes down for the quickie. Gets low. That's good defence from the saving middle. I think he's given ball down. No, he's not. Oh.
And Rebels were ready for a few substitutions coming into the halfway line as well. They were ready to go, weren't they?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he's given that Toby dropped that.
Well, the Eagles, maybe that was the bit of luck that they just needed.
Yeah, they've been just stuck. Rebels have been defending so well. If Rebels had gone in there, I think they would have gone to win this.
On the halfway line now.
Miles Partridge on. You've got it. They're looking to set him up in the middle. Oh, wow. See, the thing about this set is here now, Rebels haven't been able to touch the ball. If they complete this set, no matter if they don't score or not, they've eaten up so much time with these two sets. Eagles just don't have to force anything here, but Rebels have got to get the ball back quick.
Well, 3 minutes remaining of the second half. It's absolutely flown by, and this is the point in time where I guess game management is a really crucial part.
Yeah, and
chance for the Eagles.
I think it's down.
It is down.
Really, really big score. Like I said, they've taken up a lot of time off the clock. They've gone up by 2 now. That's really big. That.
And from a Rebels point of view, of course, they felt that they had the momentum with them as well.
Is that right?
London Eagles leading by 3 tries to 1, and that pressure just they've soaked it up, didn't they? And they, were pointing out some of the handling errors and the pressure they were facing.
Toby Phillips through. Here we go.
Oh.
We've got a good finish on. Two minutes, so they need a quick defensive set.
We're just trying to instruct the players of the scoreline here from the commentary box.
I'm sure it is 3-2.
It's just been one of those games where it's suddenly the second half has just been brought to life with the conditions, making it look better for the two teams. And here come the Eagles again through the centre.
They've got 90 seconds, Eagles here. So that unless Rebels give away a penalty, Rebels should get the ball back. And they should have...
That's brilliant play.
Again, it's the conditions. It's that footing. We had it a few times in that last game, that odd slip, and a tight game like this. That has been the difference.
Well, London Eagles now lead 4-2 on our scoreline with a minute to go. And the Rebels will need something pretty spectacular here.
Yeah, they're going to have to score. No, that's to ground.
And there we go. I think that is almost game, set and match now for the London Eagles. And this is where the moment in time where they can just take the time and really run down the clock.
I think, looking back, I'd guess that they probably made less errors. I think that's what it's been.
Will Rebels see this as an opportunity missed? Certainly,
I think they will. Yeah, I think they will, because they were down by 1 for that good 5-minute spell, and they were so close to converting it. And when I thought Toby had gone over, I thought they'd given that. I thought that was the thing that was going to change the game. And considering the conditions, it's been a great game.
It certainly has. This second half has been scintillating, and the hooter has gone, but the play does, of course, continue. And
I don't like this bit when we have to play it one more little bit when everyone wants to go and get something to eat.
Well, we're nearly to the closing stages of the morning session, and there we go. That is the end of the 6th and final game of the morning session, and it is London Eagles who come out on top in that one, in a game of sort of two halves, really. The first half was a bit frustrating for us and for the players, really, with the conditions, but the second half, it just came to life.
Yeah, like I said, it was a great game considering the conditions. I think, looking back, I'd love to have a look at the stats, but I think, like we said at the beginning of the game, it's going to be the team that makes less errors, and I'd guess that London Eagles probably did. They just converted most of the time that they were down there. They were able to convert, and a lot of the time it was just down to the conditions playing a massive part. But yeah, the Eagles just played the conditions better and got the win.
Well, Jordan, thank you very much for joining me in the commentary box. Really appreciate that. And we're going to have a little bit of an extended break now. The next game will be the first game of the afternoon session, which will be tapping off at 1:45, and it will be the plate quarter final. We'll have confirmation on who will be involved in that very shortly. But for now, we'll see you in around about 50 minutes' time.
camera won't turn.
No, not that mindset. It's 0-0, right? What other input is like, don't get complacent.
Guys, just because the ball sweat doesn't mean we don't have the same place that when we run on, yeah? Yeah, Charlie, you've got pace to burn.
Oh, God!
Go, Michael!
He's got to set for a scoot there. Yeah.
That's 4! Set up! Fish coming! Fish coming!
1 2 2 2 1 2 2 2. 1 2 2 2.
Oh, yeah, 6. Charlie never meant to make that pass, did he? It was always going to.
So we're back underway here in Oxford. It's the Elite National Touch Series round 3, and we're in to the afternoon session. After 6 games this morning on field number 1 and across 6 fields here at Oxford, we reach the knockout stages. And our first knockout game here on pitch number 1 comes from the Plate quarter-final. This is Galaxy Touch London taking on Canterbury Cougars. With Galaxy Touch London in black and Canterbury Cougars in yellow. And Canterbury Cougars have taken the slender advantage in the opening couple of minutes. Canterbury Cougars with 1 win and 2 defeats this morning in the group stage. And that is a second for Canterbury Cougars. What a start it's been in this Plate quarter-final for the Cougars, aiming to secure a semi-final spot. The rain is bouncing down here in Oxford, which is making the games very hard to judge, and it's creating all kinds of problems, and it could be one of those games where the team makes the fewest errors wins the game, and Galaxy Touch London looking to try and respond straight away. Galaxy Touch London 8th in the overall standings, and is this the response that Touch London needed? We're going to get the confirmation, we certainly are, from the referee. It's 2-1 to Canterbury Cougars. Galaxy Touch London back in this one. 2.5 minutes gone in this first half. A reminder, 10 minutes per half, and of course we do have the extra time rules if we need them. We'll go into depth about them if that is the case. Canterbury Cougars then will restart. Michael Roberts in the heart of things for the Cougars. And he lays the ball off, coming towards this near side of the field, trying to drag the defence out and maybe create some openings through the middle. Alex Waldron. And the Cougars looking to try and
I went to a mini scoop. They're playing the Luke show, so he's just going to go quickly. He's going to try and go down on now. Now Alex. No, I'll go down. Oh, sorry, dive. Yeah, he'll try and dive.
well, the Canterbury Cougars still with that slender advantage. Can they try and add to that? It's a sliding effort by Daniel Ticehurst on the line, and of course with this rain almost drowning the pitch, it's going to give opportunities for those attacking opportunities to slide in and get down early. On the halfway line, Galaxy Touch London driving forward over the 10 metre now centrally. The rain bouncing down, the handling errors, a foot, although it's a brilliant bit of defensive work, is it? No. Galaxy Touch London back to 2 apiece. What a start to this Plates quarter-final with 5 minutes gone in this first half. A reminder, of course, 10-minute halves. The games just fly by. These opportunities need to be taken. And it's 2 apiece. What a start in this Plate quarter-final. Canterbury Cougars 13th overall in the standings. So this is a bit of an even matchup for these two. Good chance to try and progress, try and get through to the semi-finals. Neither of these sides have made any of the finals over the past 2 rounds in Banbury. And we'll look to try and finish off the Elite National Touch Series on a high and try and reach a final. And it's another opportunity here for the Canterbury Cougars. But what a vital touch just on the line from Galaxy London. 6 minutes gone in this first half, 2 apiece. And the Canterbury Cougars technical area is right in front of us here in the commentary box. And the shirts are being drenched in the rain, and it's of course changing up the tactics. We've heard from a number of players throughout the morning saying that they're changing up the ways of not throwing out to the wings. Those slinged, fizzed out passes that you often see in the mixed National Elite Series has to be changed, and it's all compact, all centralised. And the rain at the moment is really hitting down, although there is some lighter clouds in the distance. And here come Galaxy Touch London trying to force the way through over the 10-metre line. This is a good bit of driving through the centre, looking to go out to the wings. Great taking. Galaxy Touch London look to try and force the issue, and they do just that. It's 3-2. So we're going to restart with the Canterbury Cougars, of course. The grimace is on the face of the players as they come over to this technical area, this rain. And the Cougars looking to try and respond straight away. Is there a gap opening just through the middle? Trying to bounce his way through for Meredith. Just tried to shrug his way through, but he just couldn't find an opening. Meredith now with another opportunity to drive at the goal line. He lays the ball off. And there is another 5th touch. So final touch here for the Cougars to try and create something. Need to try and work an angle. They can't. That was Alex Waldron who tried to take the ball on the run, but he couldn't do so. And there is the half-time hooter here in Oxford, with Galaxy Touch London leading by 3 tries to 2. In what has been a pulsating opening half of touch rugby in this Plate quarter-final.
Scooby? What do you have to go? Go drink one. I thought he was going to come over and go, oh my God. Okay, coming in, guys.
First 5 minutes in the game, we really had them under the what I think was similar up. We let them creep slightly back in the game, not because they're playing anything, it's just by our little errors. Just clean that up.
Nice, yeah, exactly the same. Nothing to that. And thanks, Steve. Doing well, just got the read and then close out earlier. The first one was like yes and not before. It was really good. Like, you know, literally full for half an hour.
Canterbury. Michael, don't encourage this behaviour. Oh my goodness.
So second half is underway. Galaxy Touch London looking to try and increase that advantage. And they have done just that. What a start to this second half for Galaxy Touch London, leading by 4 tries to 2. With the rain just starting to ease here in Oxford, thankfully for everyone here involved at the touch rugby. The referee's just giving me a wise smile as the rain just stops here in Oxford. And we're back underway. The Canterbury Cougars need to find the next try here. And it's a good break for the line, good pass out wide, and it's a brilliant take and finish. Peyton with watch the ball like a hawk into a grasp, and it's brilliant work from the Cougars. For Meredith also in the thick of the action there for the Canterbury Cougars, and it's 4-3 on the scoreline. Galaxy Touch London. Oh, and a poor slipping handling area from Touch London. Ross Howard there in the middle with his luminous cap and boots. And the Cougars have the momentum. They feel like they have the drive here. And momentum is so important in this short format of the game. Good switch, brilliant hands, and a really good take. Oh, and the Cougars thought they'd had their equaliser there, but they've been denied. It was Daniel Tysonhurst there, just on the line. It was brilliant. Grasp down low to take it. And here is Tysonhurst again, going for that corner. He just flicks it up, but the chance has passed them by. And how crucial could that miss prove to be? And Galaxy Touch London look to force them way up the centre of the field. Galaxy Touch London with impressive win over Nottingham Hoods early on in the morning. It was a tight affair, but they came out on top. With them 8th in the overall standings, an opportunity for Galaxy Touch London to try and push their way up those rankings. 36 points in both of the competitions so far for Galaxy Touch London. And with the rain stopping, the grass though is still soaked here at Oxford, and it will take some time to dry out. And let's hope and pray for no more rain here in Oxford. Good hands, looking to go wide, and again it's another brilliant try, this time for the Galaxy Touch London, fizzing it out to that far side, and again it's a brilliant take by the winger. And Galaxy Touch London extend. It's 5-3 on the scoreline. Well, the Canterbury Cougars came into this one with 1 win and 2 defeats. Defeats to the Thames Valley Vikings and Wigan, with that win over London Eagles earlier on in the day. And with Canterbury having the opportunity to try and break for the line, it's spread out wide. And what a brilliant response. What a fantastic game of touch rugby this is in the plate quarter-final. What a start to these knockout games. Galaxy Touch London will be seeking and searching to respond here in what has been a topsy-turvy game, twisting one way then the next. Good pick up through the centre, flinging it out to this near side. Space opens up for the Galaxy Touch London. And it's a response from Galaxy Touch London. Absolutely superb from the team in black. It's 6-4 in the scoreline. Every time Canterbury Cougars feel that they've just got a potential grasp of this game, Galaxy Touch London are scoring at the crucial moments. But it's almost you score, we score at the moment. And both teams are creating and scoring opportunities in what was a tricky first half in terms of the elements. And it's a lovely pick-up out to this near side. And again, it's a really good move from the Canterbury Cougars. But this time the touch does come from Galaxy London.
Let's go, come on, Canterbury.
And the support on the touchline on this near side in front of us here in the commentary box in Oxford for the Canterbury Cougars. Lydia Ticehurst also in the thick of the action again. Charlie Meredith, he's also supported by Roberts. Meredith is again going towards the corner. He's off to Ticehurst. Meredith gets it back. And it's just been forced back. Galaxy Touch London's defence just holding strong at the moment. Meredith going for the line. He looks to try and weave an angle through, but he can't this time. And Galaxy Touch London just keeping strong, keeping compact, or maybe some space opening up, and the cry of despair from the touchline this near side, and Galaxy Touch London with an opportunity to break, and they try and work it out to that far side, but again a handling area. You'd have expected it in the first half of the rain, although maybe just a lack of concentration there in the second half as the seconds tick down with just over 3 minutes remaining of this plate quarter-final. A reminder that we have 6 more games to come here on field number 1, with Galaxy Touch London looking to secure a semi-final place in the Plate Cup. And here they come, Galaxy London looking to try and work an angle. Have they found that angle out on this near side? It was just the final pass that couldn't be taken. There was space to attack, but Galaxy Touch London will have another opportunity to go at the goal line, and can they work an angle? But this time, of course, they haven't got that momentum that they can break from their own half. But can they find an opening? Oh, and it's a brilliant pass. Has the touch come? It hasn't. And Galaxy Touch London have got 1 foot in the semi-finals in the Plate Cup. It's going to need a monumental effort here from the Canterbury Cougars if they're going to turn this game around. Reminder, 6 fields going on here in Oxford. Plenty of action following it all the way. We'll try and keep you up to date with who's progressing through the rounds. Canterbury Cougars with a chance to try and flick the ball into a central position. One final pass. Oh, and the Cougars respond. And it's Peyton again for the Canterbury Cougars with 90 seconds remaining of this second half. Is it just too little too late though for the Canterbury Cougars? A reminder that we've got a belting cup quarter-final coming up for you next. Hot Custard versus Wigan.
Have some respect.
62.
So Canterbury Cougars with an opportunity to attack, although it's final attack here for the Cougars as the hooter sounds. And Galaxy Touch London are through to the semi-finals. Galaxy Touch London are through to the semi-finals of the Plate Cup in what was a pulsating game between the two sides. As the rain eased in the second half, it just allowed the game to open up. But it's Galaxy Touch London who advanced through to the semi-finals.
Right, this is going to extra time, Callum. Callum. That's going to extra time, so eyes up.
Test 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2.
Test.